Okay, let me do the screen share. Oops, host disabled attendee screen sharing. I need to have the screen sharing. Okay. There we go. So, let's begin.
The Universal Council invites you to attend the One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome on the 9th and 10th of September 2016. The Council looks forward to open interaction with the public at the event. Come interact with the Council in your spoken language. The Council encourages you to bring your positive suggestions and solutions to the table on how humanity can move forward as a whole towards everlasting peace. In this way, the work of the members of the Council will become the work of humanity for humanity. The full package price for a single ticket to the event includes 3-night stay in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Accommodations for this package is based on double occupancy. The full package price for 2 tickets to the event includes 3-night stay in a twin-bed room in one of Rome's prestigious hotels, daily attendance to the event, as well as breakfast on the 9th through the 11th, and lunch and tea on the 9th and 10th. Additional night stay are offered at €150 per person per night. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending a single day of the event, the cost will be €200, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. For those who wish to arrange their own accommodations and who plan on attending both days of the event, the cost will be €400, which includes tea and lunch on the day of the event. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race event in Rome. Come share your positive solutions on how we can work together to bring everlasting peace to our world. Keshe Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise and Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Keshe Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise and Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity. And we hope to see you there. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and speciality to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes catalogued findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today.
Welcome everyone to the 134th Knowledge Seekers Workshop at the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, August 25th, 2016. And once again, today we'll have a conversation with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And he'll be speaking about the latest developments of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and I think he's got several topics of interest today. So let's hear from Mr. Keshe. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, good morning, good day to you as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these teachings. We share knowledge on the basis that the knowledge can be applied and used whenever it's needed for a peaceful application and the advancement of human race. As you know, most of you, we've been forecasting and we've been announcing that we see escalating rise on earthquakes in the coming time, starting from this fall. We have seen the beginning and the start of this as of past few days. I explained the root of the earthquake, and from what we see in past 48 hours, the country we are in Italy, has been shocked by a number of earthquakes. Number of lives have been lost, and this process will carry on deeply across the planet in the coming time. Earthquake in places never been and never been built to stand earthquakes. We stay and we live in Italy, and it's part of our structure. And we said when we set up the companies and the foundations around the world that they become the national assets. They belong to the people and not to us. Yesterday we released a protocol from the Keshe Foundation to the Italian authorities, and it was released and contacted with our Italian group, with the people who are involved in this job in Italy. And this brings to us what we said from the beginning. This is what we put out on the Keshe Foundation website yesterday and on the Italian Keshe Foundation. And our people have made everything available to the Italian government and nation. the text of what has been released has been put on the website. Rick, would you like to read it?
Sure, Mr. Keshe. It says, I heard about the earthquake. Please make as much as you can of the CO2 GANs and the copper GANs ready and go into overproduction. We are responding in to make patches, water disinfection, and food to deliver. I take all the costs. Whatever you have in the factory becomes an Italian national asset and deliver all we have. We need to make patches, water purifications, and food. We call upon all KF supporters in Italy to respond. We deliver all we have to you for you to deliver to the public in need. MT Keshe. And it's available in Italian as well.
What this means is that the Keshe Foundation factory, which is based in Italy, we own majority share as Keshe Foundation. We have handed over the whole structure, what we have, the knowledge and materials to the Italian government, which means the rescue system, which is here as part of the National Civil Defense, have been informed. Our people have spoken to the directors. They didn't even know how to respond to such a move. So this is how it's going to be from now on. Wherever we open and we have the Keshe Foundation factories and the structure, in time of need we become part of national asset, which means we release all our wealth to the nation to go through whatever it might be. This is what we told you from the beginning. Our assets belongs to you, and we have shown it. We are the way we operate and the way we talk. This situation would repeat across the world very soon. We expect huge losses in the coming months. I've been asked by one of the governments recently, what do I see in the coming fall? And I told them nothing has changed. We see it could be worse, or maybe worse than we think. If you are in any shape or form in possession of any kind of materials which is part of the Keshe Foundation teaching, be it GANs, being health systems, being patches, whatever, it's your responsibility to share it and make it available to the nation. We have made this before. We went with the Chinese authorities at the time of the problem. This time is at home. You don't need to go very far. The response, this what you see written here, it was a communication to the factory of the Keshe Foundation in Italy, which makes everything we have available to the nation. If you are Italian, please contact the Keshe Foundation Italy on the website. It's manned 24 hours. Giovanni and our directors in the factory are responsible for this. We have received a communication from the factory yesterday. Everything in the factory is available to the Italian nation. Learn how to have backups, how to have systems which can give you the initial and the people the initial use. Understand what the use of these materials are. Understand how you can help in so many directions very rapidly. One of the essential things you need to have as a part of the whole structure is 4 elements. Make sure you have CO2, make sure you have copper oxide, make sure you have zinc oxide, and make sure you have CH3. We have taught a lot about these things, but we have to know how we can use it. This kind of disasters, we have seen earthquakes simultaneously in different locations around the world at the same time, around the same strength, in different parts, in different shapes, in different structure. At the same time of the earthquake in Italy, we've seen earthquake in central United States, which means the two now are connected. We see at the same time earthquake in Central Asia, which means the platform of the continents is on the move. We usually see an earthquake of certain magnitude in one place and then something else the next day. But now we see this earthquake at the same time simultaneously at a high level in 3 or 4 different locations. And this is exactly on the line of the earthquakes which was estimated, and it will carry on. And it will become, in order of magnitude, out of control. The problem is not a single earthquake. The problem is multiple earthquakes which start creating vibration across the continental plates. And if this process of links each other, the continents will move. If you have a random, can I have my screen please? Can I share a screen?
Should be able to there, I think, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah. No.
Some kind of issue happening. Perhaps I'll have to reshare something to temporarily till you get that figured out. Okay, it looks like we'll just be a minute or two to get that screen share figured out there. It should be the official press release, I think, Vince. Okay. Vince is having issues. Okay. Well, oh. Okay. Thank you. Thought we lost you for a minute there, Vince. It's not good when things freeze up.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, we're back. We just lost. Yeah, we're lost again. I cannot share my screen.
Do you want me to stop the share and let you try again?
I'll try again. Let me see what happens.
Okay, I'll stop the share and...
Okay, I'm there. No, it doesn't allow me to share.
Okay, let me stop the share and...
Okay, I'm back on it. Do you want to allow me to share?
Well, I think you should be able to share now, right, Vince?
I cannot. I have a block. It doesn't let me operate my system.
It's got some exe that needs to execute there, it seems like. It said something that...
We have a connection on it. It doesn't. It stays in joining on Zoom. but I'm already in Zoom. No, I cannot even go out of my website. I cannot even go out of the computer. Okay, how do you do it?
We'll try to do it from this end, I think. Okay, stay tuned while we go through a few technical difficulties here. We saw the 134th insignia there briefly, Vince. The previous share you did with the video was grainy, very didn't come through very clear. No, I don't have that. Let me see if it's been sent. I'll have to check on it. Maybe it's on this server. Okay, thanks. I'll try to extract it from the ethers, but I think you should send it directly to me. Okay, good, thanks.
Yeah, I'm back. Okay, no problem. What I was trying, can I share the screen? Okay. What we have is, can you see the whiteboard?
Yes.
So what we have is that the Asian continent, the European continent, and the American continent, we start seeing simultaneously earthquakes at the same time. If you look, this has hardly ever happened before. And what it is, the structure of the earthquake in this time with the same kind of a strength around 6 or 6.5 or whatever, it shows that the final push, everything is adjusting together now. And when we see such adjustment in the same line, it means the inevitable, what we're thinking about and what we talked about, is coming about close. And Italy is the first line. We've seen it, because you have to understand why Italy on this end. Italy is a shoe, is the free zone. So it's a pendulum that it can absorb a lot of shocks. And we saw in Myanmar yesterday, in Italy about the same time, and we saw in Central America on the same kind of route. So this could be, and it's highly possible, is the indication of the bigger movement in the fall. For this reason, we need to start moving whatever you have. This time is Italy. We are here. I am coordinating as much as possible here that we deliver everything directly in. But the problem is that a number of earthquakes will start happening simultaneously from now on. If we see this repetition of 6 point, 5 point plus 6, 7 happens across 2 or 3 continents from now on in the next 3-4 months, it means they have centralized. The movement is from the internal. Earthquakes usually, when it happens, is adjustment of the plates they sit on. When it happens like this, simultaneously, it means they are connected. This is the danger. This is where our biggest problem sits. And in a coming time, everything will be pushed for us to be able to do what we have, what we can deliver. And as I said, what you need is a huge amount of CO2, CuO, CH3, and zinc oxide. These are important. Why you need this? CO2 as a spray releases pain immediately. In these kind of conditions, you have fractures. You have, try not to use it directly on the point of fracture, but near it, because the pain in the bone at the point of fracture is needed to bring in the calcium for the healing. You never do direct spray on the broken bone, but you do it around it. On the other hand, all sorts of muscle damage and everything else, you need CO2. CuO2 you need for disinfectant. You never use any of your material. We've been asked by a lot of Italians in past 24 hours, what can we do with the stock we have? How can we use it? This is for all of you, and it's part of the whole lot. You need the copper oxide for cleansing. You need the copper oxide to disinfect. You need the copper oxide to add to the water to kill any germs. All the ones we are talking about is liquid plasma. You never use your base material. You always mix and use the water of it. You need the copper oxide in the structure of the point of production of energy. You need the CO2 for neurosystem connection. You need CH3 as part of the food chain. What do, you always mixed the CH3 with very, very, very little amount of zinc oxide and very small amount of CO2. This is for digestion. This gives you the energy. This gives you support connection to neurosystem. This gives support connection to the interconnection between the muscles and neurosystem. Then you can add the amount of CH3 you add or you allow will become the free energy, because the carbons connect to each other, and this create the moisture which is needed in the body, and the surplus energy of H becomes food. The zinc oxide allows you the neural connection which you need, that it belongs to the body. Always add 1 drop of amino acid, which means the usage will be direct. Anything you use for food, it has to carry this in it. Otherwise, body needs to be able to convert it, that it knows is for it. Because when you add amino acid from your CO2 or CH container, you connect directly to the structure which the length and the strength of the materials which are in these structures. No more. So absorption is immediate. This is what you saw in my letter to the factory and to the Italians, to have the food system ready. This is the food. All you eat, every food you eat, goes down to the availability of the energy in the plasma as a gas state and the connection of it. When it's attached to the amino acid, it means is connected to human body for consumption. Whatever does not attach to it will not be absorbed, because we don't need it. You need zinc oxide on a heavy side as a spray or as a drinking water, because in these kind of things, at these kind of disasters, emotion is 90% of your problem. People don't care if they don't have food, but if they're distressed about their family, the situation, whatever, this is where you need to help. Never make a mistake between this and this. Zinc oxide, again included with the amino acid, but not connected to this food line, behaves and acts differently, and it works directly on the emotion. This is the tool what you need to survive from now on in any disaster. We've seen the German government announcing in the past few days, asking the German citizens to pile up water and food. A government so prudent and so correct all in their operation, as we've seen with German precision, does not go to its public, asking them to start storing food and water. This is on German press. Government have more data of what's happening in the background, on one hand politically, and on the other hand what is about to happen. We've seen the movement from the American government and the others expecting this possible disaster to come. Make CO2 in patches, plastic, paper, 1 drop of copper oxide for it not to disinfect, to get infected or bacteria build in. The copper oxide, 1 drop in the bag, will allow the total disinfection. Doesn't matter even if you touch it or something was in it. Make sure in the cases of brain damage, in the cases of trauma with the brain, you do not touch anything for at least 14 days to 21 days. To do with the head part. This is essential because any brain hemorrhage, anything else has to repair itself first. The knowledge we have as we come to it, in the cases of these kind of things, we teach the doctors, and we're going to expand on it, is that coma is not a problem. Any stages of coma can be retrieved. The most important thing is to allow the repair to happen naturally, then you can do the reconnection. Understand the reality about this situation is that the earthquake in Myanmar was felt all the way to India and beyond. The earthquake in Rome, in Italy, north of Rome, is not one shake, it has a pattern to it. And we see the same thing in America. At the same time, with these shakes, we see the movement of the Panama Canal's earthquake zone. We are entering the fall, and we said there's a high chance, possibility, that this fall, the final movements will start. We will not see the South American continent start floating. This takes thousands of years, but it's the last snap which will create the separation, and we'll feel it heavily. This part of Italy is not as such a volcano, what you call an earthquake zone. You see earthquake in Austria because it's the way the island is connected to the mainland Europe. This is the reason we start seeing earthquakes in Switzerland and Austria and that part of the world, because now the little bit which is hanging as Italy to the continent moving is trying to snap off from the top, and this shows continental move. Be ready for eventuality. Losses, as we said, we put over 20 to 30 million once it happens. But now we've seen what we said. Beginning, end of summer, beginning of autumn, we see mass movement if it happens around October, November. If you look, most of the massive earthquakes and these kind of things, we saw it in 2005 in Thailand and that side, we've seen it in Pakistan, we see it in India, happens mainly in the winter time. This is the time when the continental move settles down. Now we understand the process. We still expect this winter, this fall, huge losses. If the continental movement, as is shown, has started this week and more or less simultaneously in the past 72 hours. The 3 continents movement have linked up. And this was one of my biggest fear. We lost about 38, 40 people in Italy yesterday and numerous numbers injured. These numbers on the American continent, which is the losing end, and on this East Asian continent will be very, very heavy. The first earthquakes will leave anything up to about 5 million dead. No national civil event can cover it. Not most of you who are in it will survive it, but those who survive it have to know what to do. And in any case, only about 5% of the world population will be involved in this movement, not the whole world. We're talking anything around about 300, 350 million people, which about 5% of it, 10% of it will be lost. In numbers is insignificant, but the way and where it will hit make a big difference in world economy and what we call this present structure. The total amount of the loss will be insignificant. Human race will cover from it. But the way it will happen, the civilizations we call civilizations or lifestyle will change drastically. What we see now as borders to be closed become open borders because there is nobody else to help. I explained very recently, the Mexico-United States border will become an open plan because there is nobody else to help people in Los Angeles and south what I call west of United States, but people from Mexico. They're the first people who will reach you. Is there a need for borders? We see the same thing on the Chinese-Indian border. We have to and will progress into directly what it will happen. We meet in Valletta in the next few days to restructure the whole Keshe Foundation work in Italy in respect to all aspects of our work with civil defense and what I call the health authorities and the food section of the application of the technology. Next week we have meetings set up that will bring this into operation very rapidly. We are here in Italy and we are committed to Italy, and if you are Italian, we have opened every channel of work to be able to support Italian nation and Italian citizens. Everything is in the hand of Italians, everything is controlled by Giovanni and other people in the Keshe Foundation Italy to support. Reach us, we have everything available. We have made our asset national asset and it's part of it. The significance of it is two ways. First of all, we are there to do. Secondly, we have a technology which nobody can do. There is a consideration that we'll decide by next week if we release the total oasis system to Italian nation, which means creation of shelters. We decide not to, at this moment, to share this knowledge, but if the Italian civil defense asks us, we will release it to the Italian government. This is making shelter out of the systems you have, production of the reactors which create shelter, and release of technology in the dimension which we did not want, and I do not see a reason for it to be available till we sort out most of the other problems in the background. In our meetings with the officials, which is set up by Keshe Foundation Italy, we put that option on the table. We'll show them the structure, we show them how they can do it, and in that process we show them the energy units, which is not even in public. This means releasing technology which is not in public domain in any shape or form. But if the earthquake repeats itself again in next maybe a week, 2 weeks, on the larger scale, dropping down towards Rome, and then it will hit Gibraltar, Spain, south of France, we have to do so, because European nations cannot support massive disasters like this. We see Greece, Turkey, Iran will come into operation rapidly. Then we have to release the knowledge very rapidly, and sometime in the future we'll see that it's applicable to all nations on the same basis. The worst thing is that these earthquakes, as I said, will come in the winter time. And when they come in the winter time, the energy is important. We are developing now technologies which are not, as we've shown in past couple of weeks, electron vibration, but the plasma field, the strength dependent. The Keshe Foundation Innovation Center is developing it to make it much easier. We released a blueprint for the generator about a week ago. Number of you have been trying to develop it. You have built the structure. The system, if you look, is a 110, not 220. We are looking into development of the technology that you can convert it to 220. A lot of you, when you see the blueprint, we will add to the blueprint in the next few days that it makes it easier for you to reach power production. The blueprint is getting adjusted, that those of you who see a problem, you cannot get the hold of the right, what they call the compressors. We advise you how to do it and how to set it up. You all should be in position to get your generators moving by next few days. If you have a problem, if you can't get it done, you have to understand the way the system is set up is a 110 setup. There is a position in regarding the two, what I call the compressors. People are trying to be able to replicate it. We try to deliver to you a system in the next few days which does not need the two compressors, which makes it easy for you to develop. The process will be on the basis of, as I said, solid state. And if the, what you call, you cannot reach the production of the power or sustaining the power, there is an additional process or a conversion in your system you need to do, which will be sent out as a blueprint. All the systems can produce 3 to 5 kilowatt, and you have to understand the process, as we say, how you make it 220 out of two 110s and 50 or 60 hertz. We put these to help you to develop it further and become self-sufficient. The blueprint stands as it is, it works. It's just understanding to have the right component and how to connect the right component. We are putting this together in the next few days. We'll release it that you can help yourself, that the process is understood and done. And at the same time, as I said, in the background we showed, I prefer not to have these attachments like the pumps and the motors and to go in the solid state. And this we can show very rapidly, hopefully in the next few days, and it saves a lot of what I call shopping. To me, the system has to be in a way that in Africa and in Asia and in Europe, all can produce it the same as we done with the maglev system. Is addition to the knowledge, and as I said, if this is taken a step further, it'll become the flight system. Your system becomes the source of everything you need. It is important to understand, in Italy we have a 220. In most of the Western Europe we work on 220. America and a couple of other countries are 110. The system built in US, which runs with Douglas, is an American system and uses that kind of what we call mechanical systems or dynamic systems. The system which will be released as a solid state, it releases a plasma that as you need, it'll give you 110, 220 and the rest. This is what you have to understand. A lot of you have built a lot of systems, you are ready to test, or you are testing. You have a problem between the connection of the loop, which one loop always releases 110, where you need a 220. But you have to understand, you need two generators. The compressors, which used by Douglas in the background, they are generator compressors. That's what they work. Those of you who find a simple compressor generator not attached, you have a problem. So the secret is a two generator pump, or what you call compressors, with and without capacitors, and in a position that one lags the other, and it creates the motion. The production of a loop is dependent on the capacitance and dependent on the winding as a motor or a generator. These compressors which are used in demonstration are generator backup, compressor front. You need looping two generators, but specifically done in a way that you can tap the energy from the two at the same point of the loop. And you need the maglev system and the capacitors to give you the 3 to 5 kilowatt usage. The compressors, as I said, is a compressor generator connection. And these systems, you have to find that you can use it. And with the solid state, we take this out of equation. You can build up the system yourself that it can create a continuous flow. And the blueprint for the solid state will be released in due time. Those of you who made these energy units, you've got to realize that in the teachings we are going and we are doing, these are already obsolete in a way that a lot of you have built, and this is part of what I was teaching to the Innovation Center this week for you to understand. Those of you who have gone into the dynamic cores, multi-dynamic cores, you have to realize something very important. If you have run your system and you have managed to empty this core from liquid, if you had a two-stage liquid and you had another liquid inside here and that stays, this means that the field strength in the center is very strong. What you really need to do is, what you need to achieve is this. You need to have create a condition field forces that you can hold, at least in the first stages, to liquid in B and no liquid in A. You fill both cores with liquid and you have to push to a point that A becomes empty. If you see the reactors running and then you see that the center core has empty capacity or environment, this is not empty. This is part of your field. There were no opportunity, no way that we could get air bubbles here. The bubble you see is actually what we call field plasma. If you reach this stage of field plasma creation, or as you saw like bubbles in this, it means you're on a target towards production of energy and everything else. So your ultimate goal has to be to achieve a point where this zone becomes totally void of matter. Now, if you go back, you understand the process, as you put Gans water here, it means the water is gravitationally magnetically charged, and if you can hold a vacuum in this zone, it means in reality you have created a dynamic free plasma. In some cases you might call it hollow center, but it's not hollow. This is the beginning step towards creation of independent gravitational magnetic field, and the matter state of your core has confining it. Because even though you don't see, when you put your liquid GaNs in, you have created a very thin layer of GaNs material which is magnetic and confine the plasma. Doesn't matter how pure the water is to you, this is the principle behind it. If you can go a step further and put the third core and see the third core start filling up or start having matter content in it, when you start seeing the depletion of matter from the second core, if I can get it out that you can see it, when you start seeing what I call hollow empty spaces in the second one, and then you see this first one, A and B, both empty, you are in the process of field, gravitational magnetic field, and you decide the strength and how you can work. The emptiness of these containers is not that you lost material, is a sign of you have entered the next dimension of the plasma technology, which is the field technology. If you see bubbles and emptiness of the material in your outer core of the two, it means you have not created field strong enough to empty the center. You have to reconsider how much you are giving so much fast from your magnetical to the gravitational that cannot support or is not enough to support to empty the center. So in reality, if you look, what we are looking is such a thing, and if you have managed to put salt water, as I thought here, into the innovation group, you'll capture most of the material here in this layer. In this layer, the salt water, that's all you need to do, very small amount of salt, allows the creation of the materials which you need according to the salinity on this container. So what you are looking for, and some of you might achieve it in a short time, is the following. That is, you have material. I start from here that you understand it. You start with 3 cores. You fill up each core with different materials. And what you're going to be left with is the following. Two empty core that we call A, B, and C, and only material in C. A and B has to be empty, but they are not empty because, don't forget, this material is nano-coated here, and this material is nano-coated here. So they hold to their own fields accordingly, internally, as they stand. And as you have created rotation, the interaction of the two will create the appropriate fields which allows you to lift and to descend. You've seen these hollow centers in the original single core multi-GaNs when you fill it in. Now you dictate the hollow center and you dictate where you want and what you want to be in it. This is how even in the center of the what do you call stars, center of galaxies work. You will understand one thing in this process, which is some of you will see very rapidly, and that is this. In the center core, you will see different features. Something you have to see, you look for, is something like a GaNs material, black material in the center. This is important. This, when you see this dark center in the center core, this is not nanomaterial. This is what you call the principal field. This is what you call in galaxies or universes the black hole, because it absorbs most of the energy and radiates most of the energy both ways, what it needs to be according. And with the water here, you dictate most of the condition, how much is absorbed and what is returned. That's the filtering according to our structure. This sodium with water, and especially if you add to all these things the amino acid, balances according to our structure, physical structure on this planet. So in what you will see is something in the region of 10,000 RPM plus. This is where you need to be. You need to understand that the whole structure is and will be a system which, if you place this in the center of your stacker becomes the energy deliverer. You have left and energy. What you need, you absorb. And your stacker dictates more or less the boundary of your shelter. This is the option if you go through the GaNs process and go through the motor process. In the universe, there are no motors. In the universe, there are no what I call pumps. For those of you who understand technology in a plasma field and understand why we are going ahead with the generators and you're happy with 3 to 5 kilowatt, as I've said in the other teachings, I'm sorry for you. It means you still stay in a matter state. What we are trying to achieve from these generators is a continuous supply, something in the region of 20,000 volts. We are not looking, you are looking for that. We are looking for this, because at this level, fed into and operated as a field, you will create lift and motion without any matter state. This is where the foundation work is going. That's why I'm not very interested. We have to keep you happy with 3 to 5 kilowatt, but we are looking for a 20,000 volt minimum continuous supply with a current flow, a very, very small current flow, anything around about that kind of energy. Too fast flow cannot allow creation of the condition. 1 amp is too much. 1 milliamp is bearable. In the plasma, for those of you who understand the terminology, we need a potential difference that allows the creation, but with a very slow movement. That's what the current means. Flow, creation. And if the flow is too fast, you will destroy everything you have. Or you can go on the other end of something like 0.5, 0.75 amp and create a hurricane of fields, and then that compresses the field to give you the central, what you call the black hole. Then you create a condition of existence. You have to decide which way you go. We are going and we are developing in a very rapid way in this direction. Because going through the mechanical system, as we've shown you, is laborious, it has failures. Now, with creating a plasma field flow on a solid state that can guarantee this, then we can allow a small amount of field flow as we like, or a rapid current flow. Understand what's the difference between the voltage and amperage. We need a high potential difference with a very little flow, that it allows us to create what we need, or we can go in a higher level and create a faster flow to get there. Now you understand, if you create a plasmatic flow as we are doing from the operation of the new generators, we are not looking for atomic electron vibration for a current as you consider it to be important. We are heading into a space technology, and the space technology works on these kind of conditions. We are running these systems on the back of advanced knowledge, but we have to break it in steps that you can catch up. We are running on the stages that things can be done in accordance to the work of the universal system, not electron and electrical vibration. The knowledge, as I said, is going very rapid, and a number of you are catching up, and hopefully you teach each other the way you've done with the GANs and the nano coating and the rest. Now, if you see, if you understand, I hope you did, is you created the nanomaterial, you created the GANs plasma. Now we are heading, and we have achieved this emptying of the center core in the Innovation Center. Withholding the material outside and achieving field plasma inside only. And this is our target, to achieve interaction of the fields, that the interaction of the fields creates the plasma. If you go back to the book number 1 and understand it, and in the videos which is on the internet, we say when the fields interact, they tail up and they create the plasma. We came from the matter. Now in this one we create this, and in this one we create this, and you see what happens. We start building a plasma which we decide of this plasma to be aircraft, to be spaceship, to be a car, to be the atom of a beginning of amino acid. So in the universe we can build whatever we like from it. This is the end, the completion of the knowledge. This is important because you have seen this before, running a ball with a GANs and achieving a hollow center while there is still matter around. Now we have compartmented. We decide exactly where this goes and how it's going to be, and when we stop the motor, still the center should stay without matter, which means we start confining and controlling a plasma inside. It's not that the matter has leaked out, is that the field inside is strong enough that it can hold the return of the plasma into matter state. This is where we gotta be, and this is where we are heading for. A lot of you are busy with different part of this technology, but those of you who are coming with us along with the process, you have to realize the first house evacuation, I call it, is completed by the Innovation Center. Because the container inside is empty, but the second core is still full. Where there is no loss, it's the conversion of the field forces, because now everything is in a GANs state into the energy, and in that process the next step is to empty section B. And if we manage to do that in the next few days, then we will achieve the lift and power generation in a much, much simpler way. There is no need for motors, there is no need for anything. Because if we manage to create a power supply which can create a voltage difference of, let's say, 20,000, you have magnetical and you have gravitational. If we can feed these two in opposite direction to each other, then you will understand the process. There is no need for liquid. You go directly into the field in the plasmatic, and as these are created in the plasma condition, this is what it gives you all the time. In the teaching before, I've explained very simple: alkaline and acidic, positive, negative, North Pole, South Pole. Gravitational, magnetical. This is all the same thing. There is no difference. It depends in what language of science you want to speak. But if you understand it's the same terminology for the same thing, you understand how you can lead from one to the other as you need it. Your knowledge has become advanced enough to understand this. There are a few of you in the background who understand this process and are getting very much knowledgeable in this work. As I said, atmosphere, Coulomb's barrier, anything else you want to call it, is the terminology for the same thing. If you call it the atmosphere, Coulomb's barrier, the skin of the man is the same. So you understand how you operate amongst it and where you can go to the other. We started as matter state, nano, GANs, step by step. We built it up. We became liquid plasma. We talked about the vapor because that's how it moves from one to another. and we became into what we call the field plasma, and we've seen it. And in that process of the field plasma, we can decide where we want to end up and what we want to. Unified field theory. They all come from, and depending on the conversion, where you want them to be according to the strength. So those of you who work and are working even with the situation of the disasters to come, you have to decide which part of the technology you want to handle to achieve the same. If you manage to understand the further part, your solid has shown has difficulties. Nanomaterials has handling difficulties. Gases have power, but we don't know how to handle them in power except containing it. When you go to liquid plasma, you find freedom in accessibility because you know it's there. Then when you come to the vapor, you have very little amount of knowledge about it because it's a transition. And then when you come to the fields, you find out this is actually the field plasma. And everything can be taken from it. It's you who've got to decide which section you want to work. You're happy to make a patch and give it to somebody for the pain, or you're happy to work with a field. The patch can be the food, can be the patch for the pain, can be the energy for recovery, can be the energy for transportation, can be energy for warmth. A lot of you who, even we've seen it with the Chinese last week, they're replicating the work of what was shown with the bottles. You see direct transformation from liquid plasma to field plasma of interaction with another field plasma of a car in reduction of the fuel. So some of you have already start understanding the field plasma by its results, because the liquid creating the field and the field interaction with the matter state give the desired effect. But understanding the difference in strength, you have to understand the creation of the flow from one to another, which gives you the current. Those of you who understand the last sentence have broken into the world of the universal energy. The larger the potential difference, the deeper in the knowledge of man, in the work of the universe. If you understand this, or in the future people who listen to these teachings will understand it, the potential difference in plasmatic from magnetical to gravitational is the span of universe. The smaller is a matter state. Maybe with this picture on the table covers the whole of the past 3 years teaching and maybe the whole knowledge of humanity. So simple. The center of universe sits here but the Earth on the edge of the universe sits there. The further and the weaker, higher potential difference with a slower rate of flow, matter state is possible. Now you understand how you fit in there in the matter state, and you don't see the totality. You can convert one to the other. You still get the same result. You can introduce fields that still within this bracket, but you dictate where performance to be. And this is what you call the transmutation of the plasma, not the element. Is the plasma which manifests itself in a matter state. Is the plasma which does the transmutation, not the element in the matter state. In all the teachings from the beginning, I explained when the sun radiates its fields, it does not make iron or calcium. It releases a field that in interaction with the environment and a given condition, that field package fits into, let's say, oxygen, according to the rest of the environment which is created. Now you understand this, and this is the translation of the same knowledge. This is one of the reasons we are not pushing with production of the generators. We are pushing for a further down the road, maybe the 3 or 4 weeks, a lot of you start making these things, and then you understand why have we done so much. Because in so many ways, the generators you're going to create is not for electricity. It's the tool for you to be able to release the power of the plasma in using what you have already built as what we call the stacker unit, that allows you to create what you need by creating the potential difference according to your need. You decide the current flow. This is a change of using electrical vibration to potential plasmatic level balance. Next week, when we start back into the process of development and teaching in Valletta, we will show you how things can be done. I try to make it more practical for you to see and more understanding of the technology. In that process, we can change a lot of things. In that process, we can create a lot of things without actually ever having any material. If you are testing for production of materials with the different cores, you are doing the same thing as creating potential difference and the interaction between the fields, that the balance interaction in respect to the condition you determined will give you the material which you need. If you are testing and producing different materials, send the video to the foundation. We'll show it. We'll let you explain it. If you are in the process of developing new generators share the knowledge with us. More or less, what you have as the generator is not the electricity generator, is a plasma generator, and that plasmatic energy is what you need to achieve everything else which you need from it. As I said, your generator goes to a plug where you put your loads in. In so many ways, the appliances you connect to these loads gets the plasma and become food, energy, material, medicine, or motion. You can dictate which plug what to give you, and it will work that way. I show this very clearly in Rome last year, where I put a DC 110, DC 220 to the same plug. This should have given you a lot of information. But at that time, you didn't have the knowledge you have today. A lot of you are working on the mechanical systems. A lot of you, I tried even to explain in the teaching past 12 months, how to manipulate field. Maybe we can understand a piece of knowledge we shared. I just explained to you the current flow and the potential difference. Do you remember putting the two hands and creating the field? There is no difference. You went a very long way producing the gas, producing the field to get what you want. The gas is your body, the field difference, the potential difference is within your structure. You yourselves are the source, and you have never seen it. Man has always demeaned himself. Do you need to build up reactors? Do you need to create the plasma fields? You're looking to create a potential difference, to create what you want. Within your body structure, you already have it. You have forgotten the electrodes, your right hand, your left hand. And if you are more knowledgeable about the existence, your left brain, your right brain, you don't know the physicality of the hand. Goes back in the teachings. As I said, in the physical structure of the brain of the man, there are positions that you can lift yourself. You can create your own shelter. If you are physical, you look for the hand. If you understand the science of control of the fields at a higher strength, you can go inside your brain. And then you find out the biggest mystery to the man. Then your biggest mystery is, do you need the spaceship, or the spaceship you've chosen is the physicality of the man himself? Blessed who are wise to understand. You're still looking for this and this, where in fact you can have access. If it's your emotion or central control, what you call the soul, which decides for you to have a blue eyes and black hair and one toe longer than the other, if you understand within yourself what you have, why doesn't it become a spaceship? The body of man is a spaceship he is chosen to be at the present condition of this planet. This is a secret, and none of you will understand, because At the moment, you're too physical to feed the physicality to exist. You've forgotten that the physicality is fed by the soul itself and the emotion as a controller. Go back to part of teaching in the past 2 or 3 years. I've mentioned this many times. You have the control as emotion, and you have the supply as the soul. You have decided to take the shape of the physicality of the man. If you understand this, then you become one of the most advanced creatures of the universe, because you decide in how you want to manifest yourself, or to be seen, or to have contentment, that you are happy with what you have in the condition you have. Don't forget, in a lot of teachings I say, when you arrive at the destination point, you convert to how the structure you carry will take shape according to the environment it manifests itself to. So it's your soul who has decided you stay to be equal and balanced with other souls and the structures, which is 2 hands, 10 fingers, 10 toes. So the process is very simple. We are not teaching you ethics. We are teaching you pure plasma physics. You do not need, this part of teachings are those who are close to their soul and understand the interaction of the motion of the man within the structure of the boundary of the environment they exist. This to the rest of you is hullabaloo, because that's where your brain stands, at the hullabaloo state, till you find out which one is hollow and which one is blue. You have to understand where within the structure of yourself you create a dimension of the totality. Is the soul of the man within the center of the structure of the brain, the nucleus? Is the emotion, the electron, which the interaction creates the Coulomb's barrier, which is the physicality of the man? If you understand this, then it's you who decides in the fields of the universe where you want to be. You want to be as an atom, you want to be as a molecule, and the structure of the molecule, where you want to be in that structure. Look at the chemical chains they put on the table for you. You decide where you want to. Then is the body of the man, through the strength of his emotion and the power of his soul, has decided to carry the spaceship of the body of the man. I have given you the knowledge of the creation. It's for you to decide in what level you are happy to exist with. And those who understand will be here in 1 second and somewhere else. And to the eyes of those who see them on the way, they see them in the spaceship of the universe. I have given the knowledge for every level of intelligence of the man, and the pride of him to confirm his own existence. It's for you to decide in which part you fit in. And because you find out you know nothing, we become a sect. We become another fake. We become another process that you don't understand, and you have to justify your meager existence and lack of understanding. I've been over this teaching before. It's a repetition for those who have gained more knowledge. Do I need to make a system which you stand in the middle of it, or can I use the energy of the soul and 2 hands and remove the cancer or whatever? What's the difference between my 2 hands with a fixed energy, because you have amino acid, I have amino acid, then putting a lot of cores to create the same air? Or do I need to put my hand on your head and energize or give to your soul through your emotion that you change the strength of the release of the energy from the soul? The way you saw the ball receiving too much energy, you got rid of the outer boundary. That with the receiving of the energy at the level which you need, you change the boundary, or what is within the boundary of your physicality, you walk out without cancer. I don't need a machine to show you. I have every knowledge the man needs. It's just that which language and which class of knowledge I speak to. Are you in the nursery, which mankind has been up to now, or are you prepared to come to the class 1? I can teach you PhDs and graduates. You haven't even got out of the nursery to get into class 1 up to now with the knowledge the man carries. I'm the master of teaching, but I have to understand how much you understand. Try, some of you. I reckon maybe a few thousand people who listen to these teachings ever will be able to reach even this state in totality. Let alone this and understanding this. But the knowledge is given, as the teaching is not just for human race, we are teaching across the universe. Each one who has reached different level will understand what is the next level and what they have to do. So we enlighten. Understanding of the process of the creation is simplicity. When you don't understand it, it becomes cumbersome, it becomes difficult to work with. The potential difference is the understanding of the man himself. And the current flow is what is prepared to give from the emotion from one to another. This is the soul of the man, and it's the flow from it to its physicality, or its acceptance of one field to another. Those of you who made the machine and show you can make gold, I can sit in front of you and see you will shower gold in front of you like a rain. Because I don't need to create these, because these sits within the center of the physicality of my body, and the emotion controls what I want you to see. You feel it, you eat it, you touch it, you take it to the bank and they pay you millions for it. But don't tell them it's showering gold in my house. Somebody is sitting there and doing it. You can do it yourself. If the intention of the giving gold is freedom of the man. Freedom of another soul. Elevation of the level of understanding of another soul. As I said, the teaching, every time we teach right across from now on, because we don't need to speak about the nano and GANs. We speak about the higher level that you can catch up, that you can see what is ahead. Those of you who understand it, you don't need to have any PhDs or be a professor. It touches your soul, you understand the knowledge, because it's very much like the system you put alkaline and acidic, and alkaline and acidic, you create the motion and everything created, and there is nothing left, because now you have the totality in your grasp. Try to work with me from now on the level of understanding the fields, and then you can stand in front of yourself and one day people see you as a spiritual. This is how a large number of the universal travelers travel. That's why you see them as human today, and tomorrow they are dead. They move on because they have learned through their emotion control and the soul to appear to be the physicality of the presence of their own existence, to experiment, to taste the environment of the interaction of the physicality. Those who achieve this are of one of them, nearly the edge of the science of the creation, and there are many in the universe. You see them amongst you, and tomorrow they are not there. You see them 1 second there, the next second they are not. Because it's the strength of manifestation which allows you to see what they want you to see. Because that's what they've chosen. Those of you who are of this breed and listen with the ear of the man, it's time to teach the man. You understand the knowledge. It's time not to become the comedian, but become the messenger of the soul for the humanity. There are many of these amongst the man, but man never knows them. Because that's how they're chosen to be. Any question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Let me check some of the questions here, and if we have some viewers with their hand up, so we can move them into panelists so that they can ask their question.
Can I say this to one thing before I forget? Those of you who live in Italy with us, if you need any support for your family, or you are involved, or you got involved in this earthquake out of your choice, the Mind of the Keshe Foundation in Italy is for you, and we do everything in our way we have to support and help you. The Keshe Foundation factory and the Keshe Foundation offices, manpowered, are ready to deliver what is needed only if we receive the request to do according to the law of Italy. You have to understand that we are talking to Giovanni and the Italian Keshe Foundation, to the civil defense people, and we need the collaboration with you, with the civil defense, that we can deliver the correct, and the work can be assessed, how it's been effective, what has been effective, and how it's been delivered, that in the coming of disasters, we can set a pattern for all the Keshe Foundations worldwide. If you are Italian and you want to help, you have the materials, please send a message to the Keshe Foundation Italy, and Giovanni and the people who are in the background will manage and will answer you back. We have set up meetings which Giovanni and I were attending in the coming days, that we can step forward the delivery of the technology into Italian community, because this is the beginning of many earthquakes in Italy. 1 or 2, it can be handled, but it becomes many in a short time. The support which other nations run into the same problem needs to come from within Italy, and luckily we have the structure here to do so. We do not allow anybody into the office of the Keshe Foundation in Barletta. but we're working through our offices and our contacts, and Giovanni is very busy with it, in delivering everything possible. I'll be in Rome trying to see what we can do, and I'll be in the factory in the coming days to make sure everything is in, that we are ready for the next generation of the earthquakes around Europe.
Get this one. Hello, Mr. Keshe. There is a question from Arya in the Q&A, who says, "Dear Mr. Keshe, can you please just explain or give an image to how to feel the potential difference between two hands or two sides of the brain?" And later here she adds, "in an emotional level."
Caroline has taught this in a couple of teachings in the what I call the KFSSI teachings. But you have to choose again. You want to show it in a physical way that is there with your hands, or if you want to show or control the fields through your emotion. You got to understand you have two parts of the brain. They work very similar but slightly different in the strength. And that slight difference in the strength is the essence of creation. Your right hand is not as strong as your left hand. Your one finger is not the same, do not have the same strength as the other finger of the same. Try to bring the parameters of the field of the hand through your arms and then through into your brain. You will feel the switch, because it's like a leverage. It's an infinity loop. You have your two hands and you have the two sides of the brain. That's why your left hand is connected to the right side and the right hand is connected to the left side. Because this is a power source. And this, the rest of the physicality of the man, is the other. And he has to be in balance by giving and taking. But the main source, as one piece, sits in the center of the brain, where the physicality, because of its shape, has shared itself. You call it chakras. The physicality carries part of the plasma, which is needed to create the totality of the plasma. And then man becomes one. It's you. Maybe this will explain a lot of things to those of you who understand. It's you who decides if your field is this way or this way. Are you magnetical or are you gravitational? And in what strength you want to give. Why people who are left-handed are closer to their emotion. Is our left hand the process of your gravitational? And as it's more concentrated, you receive and give more. We always shake hands from the right. And this is what we give. This is our magnetic. We always put our hand to receive with the left, which is our gravitation. If you are left-handed, you write with the left, you give with the left, but you receive through the left, so you are more in balance. It's the same with the right, but is that way or this way? Try not to just look at your hand and put them near each other. Try to see how you position your fingers and what the feeling is by moving a small, little movement of one to the other. And then go back, follow it into your brain, and in the brain you find a position that you don't need the hands anymore. When we are back in teaching in the lab, when we start the teachings again in autumn, I'll try to bring systems which shows the soul of the man. I'll try to explain how you can see your own soul, interact with it, and elevate it yourself if your conduct is correct. We got to the stage that we can do this. We got to the stage that you can understand the process. I don't mean the whole thousands of millions of you. Listen, those who understand the elevation of the soul. We still go to the conferences, we show the energy system, but at the same time, we show how you don't need the energy system. You can create, change your own spaceship from body of a man to the space. First, understand how your physicality is connected to your emotion. And then, understand how your emotion gives to your soul. You have to create, like the way you make nano coating and you decide what connects to where. You have to decide and start controlling the feeling of how you do what you do. And one of the ways to do it is, I teach this to people who have lost the will of the move, but the wish of the move. Which is, you have a part of the body which you cannot move, but you wish to do it, but the will has lost the movement. The way you do it, for example, you put a cup of water in front of you, you put your hand around it, but you don't touch it. It's you know it's there. If you want to hold it, to confirm its existence, you can do something. Then you send the information to your hand in the line of the emotion, not the neural system, that I want to pick the cup. You follow the information, but when it comes to the cup, you don't pick the cup. Then you know you have that power, because you do everything so automatically you've forgotten this. Do it for the second time. and follow the information, and where you want it to stop on the physical boundary. Let it a few seconds and do it for the third time, but third time grasp the cup, that it confirms you understand. This way you understand the root of the motion of the information, which is your emotion to confirm to your own existence, I can move the boundary. If you come to that point, next time, put your hands again around the cup. Send the same information the first time. The next time, you send the information from your brain to the cup. The third time, you lift the cup without the hand touching the cup. It needs a lot of self-discipline in understanding, and it needs a lot of understanding of one's emotion before you can achieve it. The first part, where you do it twice and the third time you grasp the cup, I've been using this for many years with my patients around the world. This is connection with the soul, but they look at it that they can move their hands, and they do actually do. People which have not moved their fingers and their hands for years, you ask them to do, open your hand, they will not do it because it's not there, but say concentrate, which means they're sending information. And you ask them for a second time, try to move your hand. Now they're thinking, they're following the flow. And then when you tell them the third time, they move the finger. We've shown this in past few weeks in Italy, where I take control of the movement of the hand, because I do it through the emotion of the soul in conjunction with collaboration with the body, physicality of the body. And it's very easy. As I said, you want to see a star, I show you as many stars as you like in the sky that is all light. You want to see a shooting star, I show you as many as you like. Because this is how you become man of space. Not by a spaceship, but understanding you are part of the space. The biggest pitfall with man is that he always sees himself as something different. The minute, the second, the instant you understand that you are part of the totality, you'll find out you have access to all of it because it's part of you. I'm made man in the image of myself. Try to understand. Very few of you at this moment comprehend what I'm talking about. In the coming time, as the education goes further and you go to further steps, more and more people understand. This is the knowledge which in small portions used to be given to some men. You call them the prophet and they abused you. Now you're all prophet. The knowledge, even what has been shared today from the beginning of the teaching, has never been shared with the prophet of the past. So you are receiving more knowledge than before. That's why when masses of you is teaching to the others and you come across the others, some people grasp you and they come with you and they learn from you, and the others reject. You have become prophets because you're sharing knowledge of the creation with the man of the earth. We used to send one, now we're making masses of you. Because this way the teaching is much easier. The man understands another man. So if you look, you're making teaching how to make gas, how to make a nanomaterial, how to make a liquid plasma. This knowledge was never open to Christ, bless his name, or any of them before. Because They were involved in the matter state, how to wash your face, how many times to bend, and the things you have to do physically, yes or no. Because now you understand the state of the soul of the man, the physicality is irrelevant. And in so many ways, without you knowing, I've made profit out of all of you who understood. But according to the time and the space, according to how much you want to understand of the totality, you become what I call the prophets of different levels. This is what I said in my writing. From now on, the prophets or the messengers of the universe will not come just to teach ethics, but they are knowledgeable men of the science of the universe. This is where the difference will come. So those who call themselves whatever to ridicule you, that's what they have to do. You become the next Christ, they put you on the cross. You become another Bob, they shoot you with 900 bullets. It's the soul you carry which counts, not what they look at the physicality, the ridicule. When they ridicule you about the science of the plasma you learned and you're teaching them, all you need to do is to give from their souls to theirs, because it means what Christ says. Forgive them as they do not know what they are doing. You have, more or less, in the teachings I've done in the past few months and years, all the knowledge about the knowledge ever given to the prophet of the past. So you don't need the Vatican, and you don't need definitely no Mecca. You don't need no temples in Jerusalem, and you need no temples in Haifa. You have to understand how well becoming educated and how people in totality realize the injustices and what it needs to be correct. In a recent match between Celtic and a nation in Middle East, the Celtic fan turned up with the justice of a flag. We are becoming aware of justice in groups, and that justice elevates the soul of a nation, and then the soul of the humanity. Which means we don't want to, but we know what is wrong and what it needs to be correct. Then in that process, you know if it's the right hand taking more than left hand, or if you decide to be in the process of understanding. How much you understand about the motion of the fields from one side of your body to the other. How much you understand about the field flow from one side with the other. How much you understand about the rate of the flow from one side to the other. How much the flow changes if you move an index finger 2 millimeters forward or 2 millimeters backwards. Would this be the motion of the movement of the finger, or would it be the motion of the movement of the toe? Then you understand the rate of the flow. Then you understand what is the difference between the emotion of the finger and the toe, and how much you need to flow between what. You got to realize the simplicity of the creation is man who's made it complicated. And now you have to decide how more complicated you want to make it to become inevitably irrelevant, then you go back to the beginning. This is the structure. This is the problem. This is the process that you need to learn. Do you need the understanding of one core or another, where you carry the core yourself? You are trying to build a field of plasma where the ball of the plasma is between your two hands. You decide what rate it goes. It goes so high that your physicality cannot handle. Then you find out your emotion takes over. I sat there and I watched many times. I've said that. The guy sits in my teaching and he concentrates so hard to move a cup. He doesn't understand that the cup is himself. We don't preach, we teach the knowledge of the universe. And the knowledge of the universe has its own rules, its own conduct, its own field flow, and its own interactions. There is, for us to understand, and we become so physical that we have blinded ourselves to understanding. Very recently, I had a discussion with someone. They understand who I'm talking about. And I had a discussion with Caroline again. Last year, we lost a lot of teaching on one channel. But that loss brought a freedom to a lot of children. During the whole process, I always elevated the soul of the man who was the cause of it. That he released his own way to free the others. He is imprisoned physically, but he's freed many children, as we hear from Interpol in the past few days. This is how it works. Physicality takes time. You wish cancer, you get cancer in 7 years. You don't get it tomorrow. Because physicality from the emotion takes time. But if you can touch the emotion with emotion and with the soul, is instantaneous. As you know, in what is happening on the background of what we did last year, a lot of children have become free. And those who are losing and lost, are crying, there's a foul play. And they write more and more because they know in the coming time they have to be confined to where the abuse came from. The process is to elevate their soul without them knowing that their physicality walks itself into the trap of its own misconduct. It's taken a year to free a few hundred children from what we did a few months ago. But you got to understand, as a Keshe Foundation and the people who are involved in it, will receive totality as all of us, the blessing of the souls who have received freedom. This is how it works. Which means we receive more as all of us, that we can give more. By giving more, we have made it possible to receive more, that we can give more, to open up. Those who work with physicality, you can go through the nanomaterials. Those who understand the field plasma, you can create the nanomaterials out of state of mind. And this is what I've been trying to teach you, because in the space, that's what you got to do. You receive 80% of your energy from the field of the universe. Now you open your soul to what you want to receive, that what you want to create. Understand there is always a balance in the field of the plasma of the universe. When you wish and you put your hand and you create gold as much as you need, you do not take from your own existence. You take energy through that 80% from the universal energy, which has the balance of the fields of gold. This is what you got to understand. This is what, there is no magic. And a lot of you, I've explained this before and don't understand it. Maybe with the teaching of today, you go a step further. When you wish to have a kilo of gold to feed your children, or to have whatever your desire is because it's pure, you will receive it. Because through your emotion you create it, but it's not from you which is created, it's from the universal energy, which is 80% of what you receive. The surplus is so much that it becomes, according to the emotion, what you need as gold. My wish is peace. And I will achieve, because I elevate the soul of the man, every 7 billion of them, step by step. At the moment, world leaders do not know what to answer. At this moment of time, even the ones who want to become the leaders are shying away because they do not know how to handle it. Because they know they stay judgment between themselves and their own soul, and they have to do something about it. I received a warning in past few days: keep away from American politics and elections. It's too hot, it's too dangerous. If we speak about the truth, there won't be any election. We know too much. Because we talk and we reach the soul of the man. We've seen an officer in a conference in Washington, Mr. Todd Hathaway. Very inviting. But you have to go and read what is written with Mr. Allen and in his website. We are a scam, and his advice is government and his military that we are nothing but false. We allow people to speak, but we allow themselves to more or less expose themselves. We've seen Mr. Major Todd Hathaway in the Washington conference offering. We speak with your bosses. You don't need to go in the background and clean up as much as you can on the internet. It's all recorded. We have copies of it. We see the same who wear the robe and celebration of the, what I call, Knights of Malta, and then claim they are none. We have all the pictures. We have those who are Jewish and that cover themselves as the Knights of Malta. We have both pictures, before and after, and then claiming none. But we pray for their soul. And need be, we release the information. And strange enough, all these people has a common denominator. Child abuse, links, what they call free energy. You got to understand, majority of the 70,000 people on the pedophile list, which has just been released by Interpol, are all, majority of them, connected with the free energy movement. And they all have a special passcodes how to pick up children free. That's where the energy came from. Life and energy of the children. This is how Mr. Allen decided. Free energy. And they're all in it. The Interpol list is huge. And most of the people who speak about the free energy movement, websites and their advisors, and they understand it, and everybody else is fake, is as much as you make the people who actually deliver energy systems which is more efficient, they become a scam. The more people listen to you, that you get more children. We have asked Interpol to release the name of all those who are separately in the pedophile pack of the 70,000. And you will see the whole lot of free energy movement people in it. It's very, very strange, but it's the truth. So be aware how you work. And understand how things are set around the foundation and the work of the foundation. We don't teach. We don't preach. We elevate the knowledge of the man by sharing it in a correct way. It is very interesting to see how those who accuse the others stand for themselves to hide what they have, and they shout louder because they are getting drowned. They know they're going to get drowned. Share the knowledge. Share the knowledge of the plasma technology as a universal language of the knowledge of the physics of the universe, and you'll find out you'll be elevated more and more. And my advice to you is very simple. Those who are around these free energy system groups, which started with what we've seen with Allen, they are one by one losing their jobs and they're getting arrested. Because the bosses are looking into their structure and the foundation is informing their structure, and they find out. You've seen the biggest pedophile on the list of Allen. Look at it, very active, very against. He built up the Scam.Keshe Foundation. Mr. Kumaran, he's lost his job because they found his computer working for a company, how he uses it for trafficking children. He lost his job and now soon he'll be in prison for the same job. But he's been threatening us for nearly 10 years. Very soon, these are all, be aware, anyone who's around this free energy system is our job to inform you. they're all more or less on the 70,000 pedophile list. Free energy movement has been a free energy from the children who they get. That's where it comes free, and that's energy. This is the trick which nobody knew, now we understand. Any website, anything connected in this way with the free energy, people that are highly connected, and now the names are in the hand of the Interpol. You can ask, the names will pop out like nothing. We started this because we saw what it was last year, and now we see how they bear fruit, because our intention was clean and cut, and we've seen it what happened. Strange enough, we don't see Chinese in it. All Western European, heavily concentrated in 2 countries, and all interconnected. Don't look for free, understand what is needed to give, to take in the environment of the plasma of the universe. Nothing is free. It's just understanding how it transfers from one state to another, that what you couldn't understand, you understand. Then you understand your emotion, your physicality is the existence of the interaction of it themselves with their soul. The problem with man is he has not understood the 3 are connected. And once you do, you don't need to look for a place of it. You control it with the knowledge of the emotion. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes?
Hi, this is Stephen from California.
Yes, Stephen.
Does iodine evolve the emotion? Is that a fair statement?
Explain yourself. I think from now on I sit back and let you lot to teach each other, and I sit and listen. I've done enough teaching. Explain what you see.
Well, I was thinking about the intermediary layer as the emotion, and how we could evolve that or use zinc to support it. But if we can we use iodine to help it, like, focus it? Which for some reason brought to my mind seaweed, iodine in seaweed. I made the GANs of seaweed, and I was just trying to understand how, if there was a connection there.
Why seaweed?
Something about it spoke to me like there was a plant in the sea, so kelp, that has a lot of iodine in it, because I was looking for something that was a natural source of iodine.
Rick, can you open up Wikipedia? Don't look for my name, it doesn't exist. Free energy people made sure of it. And look for seaweed.
Seaweed? Okay.
Seaweed, yeah. I've got to stop sharing, then you can go.
Okay, let me just get that set up here. Okay, seaweed. Do a screen share.
Can you make me a cup of tea, please?
Okay, I'd have to make the printing a little bigger for people to read here.
Okay, can you open up what is iodine in seaweed?
Okay.
Would you like to take over because it's your understanding, and I guide you?
Okay, so we're looking for iodine in seaweed.
He's there, let him do it. You just follow it and see where is seaweed. There it is. Look at this one. Stop. It's the health risks. It says rotting seaweed is potent source of hydrogen sulfide, a highly toxic gas, and has been implicated in some incidents of apparent hydrogen sulfide poisoning. It can cause vomiting and diarrhea. This is very true. Those who live around the coast of Italy with us in our area now, in Bari area, the coastline is closed by the coast guards. They advise people not to go into the sea because the seaweed has turned orangish reddish and releases this huge amount of sulfur dioxide and creates eye irritation and vomiting. And it's on the motorways. When we drive, we see it. It says you cannot go into the water, more or less. So you have to understand it has a lot of sulfide, and then I explain this later on. Let's see what's in it. We don't see any. Can you go put something like iodine content of seaweed? See if you get a shortcut to it.
There is a group of seaweed which is called kelp. They are mentioned the content of nutritionals like vitamins, minerals.
Yeah, it's
Kelp on Wikipedia, it's fine.
iodine. I think it was Steven from California.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just muted my mic.
Okay. Okay. It says kelp and iodine overdose.
I was looking vegan health. I think they have a lot of, because there's concerns with lack of iodine with regards to vegans. So I think that's where and the Japanese and the Koreans really have a lot of seaweed in their diet too, I think. But
there's
something about when you said you asked Armand a question and he said iodine, and you were talking about elevating the.
Can you stop, please? Stop. Go back up. Stop there, yeah, please. Okay, carry on.
Because I believe you said you asked a question. And Armin answered with iodine is that it helps elevate the emotion, I believe, or there was
iodine elements. You got to look at what we're talking about. We are not talking about iodine as a matter state iodine. We are talking about iodine as a plasma in the GANS state, as the matter converted iodine into amino acid level. It's one which connects, and it is division of consistency of the field structure conversion. Zinc and in that level connects it to the emotion of the man. This is what we were talking about. This is what the teaching has started with, and I brought an indication that the soul and interaction and communication line of the soul of the man sits with iodine strength level. We are not talking that you go and eat iodine and you increase your soul. No, you lack of it. No, we talk about iodine that allows the totality of the emotion to have interaction with the next level of the highest energy, which is the emotion of the soul. This is what I said, people who went and bought iodine tablets and said, oh, now we can do. I said, this doesn't work. You have to look with iodine, which is already converted into the protein link connection.
And I thought that would be found in the GANs of kelp.
GANs of?
Seaweed, kelp.
Possibly part of it. You have isotopes. And can we go and look at the isotopes and decay of iodine, please, if you can bring it up? What iodine decays to? Just put isotopes and decay. No.
Mentions there's 37 known isotopes of iodine.
Yes, but yeah, you see, go, stay there, go back.
I think 127 is the stable one.
Yeah. Now we want to look at their decay. To what do they decay to?
Okay.
It's on the second paragraph on the top. There, yeah. It says they decay. 120 half-life of 150.7 million years, which is far too short for instance the double source of the primary reducing quantity. Let's have a look at all the isotope decay of iodine.
I think you got to go down to where it shows all the stable, all the isotopes between 129 and 134. It might be a chart.
Yeah, it's all noted here in the following paragraphs. Maybe there is a chart as well, but it mentions all the different isotopes there. Here's a table. Maybe that's what you'd like to have.
Yeah.
So you got to go down a little bit more to the stable ones. There it is, right there. 127.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want. You got to see to what it decays to. Sorry, Topology. You want to see what these decay to.
I found only one, iodine 131 has a beta decay to xenon 131.
We are looking for half division decays. Okay. If you look at it that way, you have to see what they split into. If you look, go back to the top end. Go back to the top. Okay. Stop. Go down, please. Okay. If you look in a bandwidth of, where is my pen? Can I have a piece of paper, Caroline, please? If you look, put 56 plus 61, 62. (56) is iron, which is the physicality of the man. 60, 61. You see 117, 118. It's on there in front of you. Then you understand the connection between the physicality, which is part of the hemoglobin, iron, and then you see the connection with the emotion, which connects the two together. Your soul in the interaction with the emotion, the zinc, and the physicality, which is to do with the iron. You found the jackpot.
And by adding some zinc oxide.
The oxide doesn't count. Oxide is the holding of. Oxide, when you have an oxygen, is linking connection to hold on to the structure of the physicality of this planet. You don't have a zinc oxide in the space. It doesn't exist unless there is an oxygen somewhere with it. Zinc exists as a monoatomic plasma. The oxidization or acidic is the connection which end of the strength of this planet. Oxides don't exist in the universe. If you connect to the hydrogen, you go on the end of the acidic. If you connect on the oxygen, you go in the alkaline, which means you become gravitational or magnetical. You're taking from the environment in connection with, or you're giving an environment in connection with.
Sorry, in the meanwhile, I found on periodictable.com isotopes, all the decay chains of all the iodine isotopes.
Yes.
I'm sending that in the public chat, the link, so Rick may open it.
Yeah, I'm just trying. Well, I'm just trying to see if it got any copyright on it. This is a site that's got stock photos and videos and so on. Do people have to pay for these stock photos, or is it a free site?
Thank you very much, Rick. You're becoming very wise.
Very wise. Put stuff on like that. Let me see here. The world's largest collection of stock photographs and rotation videos of the chemical elements. Alrighty. High resolution, available for commercial licensing as high resolution files. We can supply them, etc., etc. You can browse.
So we can't show them.
Pay for them. Okay, well, I would want to get permission before showing.
Okay, pass it. Thank you very much, Rick. But in it, do you see what is the isotope division, actually decay of it? We don't look at the decay as a matter state. We look at in the plasma a containment or a containment of the fields of a given strength.
So by making the GANs of seaweed with using the water, the liquid plasma of zinc oxide GANs, does that elevate the condition of the field plasma that could be drawn upon? Hello?
I'm waiting for you to answer yourself.
Okay.
That was cool.
Because I've done enough answering and it's become easy. I give you take and you just walk away with it. I work on the Chinese. We've got a lot of Chinese in the background. Thinking makes the man wise and wisdom makes the man rich. I would like you to make rich with your knowledge.
And dead air time makes a man think too. So when it gets quiet, we call it dead air time, makes a man think too. When it gets quiet like that and you're expecting an answer, but you put it back on them. And that dead air time, that quietness allows the space for us to formulate our own thoughts and try to come up with something. You're right. Otherwise we listen for the answer from you all the time. And
yeah, it gives me a chance to have my Italian coffee too.
I'm just trying to support my confidence so that...
You have all the confidence, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
I'm just trying to find an equilibrium state between my beliefs and my behaviors. Just trying to...
Hey, no. You start judging yourself. If what I believe is correct with my emotion, what I've been made to believe is correct, is in line with my emotion. You have the knowledge, you know, most of the knowledge with the physical life is more or less been taught here. It's for you to understand, to make the connection with your emotion and the physicality.
It's peaceful.
Let's go. Let me explain to you something very easy. Christ, bless his name, is one of the most misunderstood prophets of the past. Because he brought a lot of magic due to the lack of understanding of the people around him, where he actually explained a lot. When we talk about rising a dead body, everybody looked for the physicality of the body to move. But he elevated the soul, which the soul moved the physicality. He didn't give a hand to take the man up, put him on his shoulder and teach him to walk. This is where the misunderstanding and lack of understanding causes a lot of problems. Now that you know, if a man could give from his soul, that's all Christ did. With the purity of intention, he gave from his soul to the soul which did not want to have anything to do with his physicality, because the low, what we call stem, or the misconduct of the physicality. When the Christ gave from his soul, he gave to bring balance to the soul in respect to its physicality. And that's when the body arose. Christ did this to himself. This is one thing never understood. Maybe I can explain then. If you understand, you find a lot of answer. Christ became excellent understanding of self-elevation. If one day I explain about his work, you all hang yourself. You flatten every church on this planet. Maybe today is the time to start, and that's why you're here to ask this question. When they put the Christ on the cross, understanding the connection between the soul and the physicality, and as I showed you, the shape of the brain and how it's not a sphere, one part belongs to the physicality. He took, when they took from his physicality, he took from his physicality to elevate his own soul that repaired the physical damage. He walked out of Jerusalem in a physical life. He understood the man cannot understand the message he has. He never went back to Jerusalem. This is what is not written in the books of the history of the Christianity. That's why you're waiting for resurrection and he disappeared. He didn't disappear. He understood the connection between the emotion and his soul, and through the elevation of the soul, when the physicality was weak, gave enough from his own physicality to elevate his soul that it could repair the physicality. And he walked out of the Jerusalem. There is no resurrection. He understood exactly the question you're asking. You do it in a small ways. You walk, you decide, and you understand, and today you have a cancer, you don't have a cancer tomorrow. Or if you don't, now we elevate with the power of the soul to receive it. And then you walk away from it, because we give and take, but it's not as natural as you do it yourself. There was never resurrection. Christ, the way he rose the dead, he did the same thing to himself. He went to take from the physicality of himself, which was on the cross, which was no use for it. Instead of waiting for it to decay, he took from it to elevate his own soul, and then through it, he fixed the physicality and he walked off. He left Jerusalem, never came back. He never mentioned his own name. Because he understood the man cannot understand the message of God. And he knew his punishment he received was what he did wrong, and he never repeated it. He lived a common man life. As a natural way, he died. You find the remains of Christ in south of France. This is what has happened. This is what the knowledge you have, you can do what Christ did. If you're sincere enough and understand the weakness within your structure, that you can take from your physicality to elevate your own soul to repair. This is what I did with cancer and breaking of the bone. The rest, the pads and everything else, is a magic show, because that's what you understand. You ask the question, understand the implication, and find the replication. When the pain is so much, you detach yourself from it, and you get Esla, ILS. Christ understood this, but he used it in a rapid way to heal himself. heal the physicality using the emotion and the soul. He said it in one last sentence, and nobody has understood. Oh God, forgive them, they don't know what they are doing. When he forgave, it means he received, and that receiving elevated the physicality to the emotion and to the soul of the man, and he walked off. He never disappeared. He was never resurrected. This is what you will do, what Christ did walking away from the cross. You have to learn to do in deeper space, because there is no doctors to help you. This is my philosophy. The last man standing. Christ was the last man. He stood for his correct conduct in the belief of the messenger of the God. And he received. The singleness, the last man standing, is the replication of the Creator. You cannot do wrong to no one, and you cannot do wrong to yourself. You cannot take unless you are given to have. My terminology of one man standing in the space is the replication of the Creator. But you don't understand, and you think what's going to happen with the medicine and who's going to help. Because when you get to that stage, he was the last man standing on the cross. There was no one there to help. He found his own salvation by understanding what he did to the man who was dead. Because he knew he elevated the soul. He could ask for elevation, but he knew his misconduct. So knowing, he knew he can take from his physicality at a point of the strength and used it to elevate his soul, and he never misconducted. He walked away from Jerusalem. The rest is made up to cash money from the rest of you and imprison your souls. Just ask yourself a very simple question, and then you'll see how correct I am. If the man could raise the dead, couldn't he do the same to himself with the knowledge he had? Yes, he did. He had a child and he wanted to be the father to the child. He forgave the humanity for what he could not deliver to them to educate them further. That was his forgiveness.
It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in.
Christ never died on the cross. He elevated himself. I do that. I've done that 3 times. And the people around me know. I talk about it openly and I teach it openly, but you have to understand. The structure is to understand oneself. The structure is to understand the connection between oneself and the rest. I'm here on a holiday. I've chosen a 70, 80 year holiday gap. And in that process of holiday, I teach. You call me the messenger. I am Messiah as much as you are. But I'm Messiah for a bigger, you're a Messiah for a smaller. You're a Messiah to your own soul. And if you can teach, you become Messiah to the others when you can give them the freedom of their soul. The problem with me is I know how to handle the totality. The problem with you is that you have to learn how to handle yourself first, then you can handle the totality. I'm made man in the image of myself, which means once I understand myself, I understand the totality. This is the problem. This is what you have to learn. This ask yourself a very simple question. I'll repeat it because it needs a lot of understanding and a lot of detachment from the attachments we have made to false promises. Ask yourself, this is what I put to Christ so many times. I said to him, how come you did not show what you showed the others? How come you resurrected a man but not yourself? Answer is simple. Forgive them for what they do not understand, what they are doing. You have to understand the process, and then you understand the process is the same across the universe, has no exception. The Pope will burn me down in every way possible now that people know the truth, but I'm not afraid. They can come in Masons, in Knight of Malta, in the shape of the Pope and Ayatollahs. We see the truth. We shall prevail because we are part of you and you are part of us. Enlightenment comes from giving, not from taking, and we give freely. Understand the process. Understand how simple Christ walked away from the cross. And ask yourself for the third time, I repeat, because shall not be denied. If he could give life to a dead man to rise without giving a hand and walking it by elevating his soul, couldn't he do the same to himself because he knew the path? Instead of what happened to Moses, which he learned going and massacring everybody for what they did to him, he knew with what Moses did was wrong. He chose the path. I delivered my message. I'm just a postman. I've said this many times in my teaching. You want to find the blood of Christ, look in the south of France. He became a common man, and those who knew his teaching, they were touched by his soul. Ask yourself a very simple question. Where most of the people do the long walk between France and Spain? How? Why there? This is the path of Christ. He walked amongst people knowing he's done his job. He's another common man. I live the same life. Go back and ask the Iranian authorities. They offered me the palace of Shah when I was in Iran. I said no. We live amongst people, not to be separate and different. You got to understand. If you understand the strength of your own soul, you know how much you can give. And you know you don't expect for receiving, because you know inevitably for your soul to exist, it receives what it needs. You shall never find the robe of Christ. He does not need knights, and he does not need people who can rob the others by the soul of their name. I put this question to all those men of the rope, and we have a few of them listening to us. Ask yourself a simple question, and you'll see how idiotic it is. And this is the message from the Christ. Open your eyes, you've been fooled enough. If I could save the life of people I touched, couldn't I save my own life using my own soul? And I did. It took me 7 days to overcome multiple fracture and multi-damages into my organs. On the 25th of June. 14 days later, I gave a 6 hours lecture, 5 hours lecture at Louis' house in Brussels. We know how to heal ourselves. We know the secret of the creation. You all know how to do it. It's very simple. What happens when you go into grief? What happens when you lose someone? Understand your emotion of loss. And then you understand why we get enlightened in our griefs, where we find the strength. Those who are truly grieved, it means they suffer from not being able to give. They don't look that why I can't receive any more love from the one that's gone. The true believers, the suffering comes from that I cannot give. And in trying to give more, they find out, because in the background there is an intention of I don't receive what I could receive from him, there is no elevation. I don't go and destroy Red Circle. I pray for his soul, that he'll be one day elevated, but that's his own crime to what is done to himself and the others. It's his soul who has to be elevated, not me by physicality. We talk to enlighten the others to understand the misconduct of some, but in truth, in reality, we elevate their soul. Many times I've mentioned this. We put it in a form that to you is not understood. Because this is the way human race works backwards. When you start learning you can go through the front door, you don't need to go through the back door, then you find out every knowledge in the universe is open to you. We pray for their souls, we give from their souls, because when they are elevated, I don't need to give, I can give to somebody else which is needed. These people don't come into our life for us to suffer. They come into our life for us to understand the strength of our own soul and the elevation of our own soul. They are the test how we can elevate ourselves, by elevating them. But we talk about it because this way they get distracted from their own action, which allows us to give to them. You heard me many times, I say we kick for them to shout, then we see where the problem is. I had Alan over 4 or 5 hours last summer in my summer holidays in the park, where I took my son to enjoy a day with his dad. He gets hardly days like this because we are so committed to the foundation between me and Caroline. And this guy comes on the phone. For 4 hours, 5 hours, I was with Caroline. I said, I pray for his soul that he elevates. And he was writing in the background, thinking he was very clever, but he doesn't know I was walking him in through the same path. We pray, we give from our souls to what they call themselves our enemy, because we have no enemy. We have the testers of our soul. And the test comes when we can elevate. They walk themselves. Alan walked into the police station. I didn't do anything, but I had to disguise it in a way. Every day I pray for the soul of the red circle, because it has to be elevated. These are the people who hurt the others, but they see it as their right. These are our testers. These are for us to know our weaknesses that become our strength. In giving, that we get rid of what is not needed and become strengthened what is given to us in full. You got to look at the talk in Washington last week. I did not, in any circumstances, attack the American government or the American nation. I called upon them to wake up. I gave from the soul of the foundation, as all of us, to all of the nation. And we saw how the weeds came out, the worms came out of the hole. I could not tell the guy that 4 hours before, Douglas has shown over unity directly in the whole process. The children coming and going. But 4 hours before, Arman is online, Brad is online. We were in the office of our attorneys. 1000 volt, and they were happy, they've seen it. They've seen the over unity. And they report to the White House, they report to the people in the background. Do they needed to send somebody like this? But it was in a way to open them for us to elevate their souls. I have enough. I live a comfortable life. I left a luxurious life for life of exile to teach. Many times I've asked myself, we lived a luxury life. I was an extremely rich man. I left everything for teaching. We suffered a lot. But was the suffering worth it to elevate the soul of the man? Yes, it was. And it still is. You have to understand the operation of your own soul. You have to understand the weakness between your soul and your physicality. Then you can promote your own soul, and with it you promote the soul of the others. Would you like to put a finger on the table and chop it with a sword? Would you like to put your finger on the table and shoot it with a bullet? No. Why do you do it with the physicality of another man? Just tell the children to quiet. You have to understand. We are here not to prove. We are here to elevate. I can keep a lot of this knowledge behind and patent it and open companies and become Bill Gates 3 times over, 10 times over. The man lost his soul once he gets attached to the world of physicality. Many people wrote that he's gathering wealth. You've seen it, been tested yesterday, the day before. What we gathered in Italy became open to the government of Italy for the nation of Italy. We are detached from physicality. We live in the palaces of the universe. You're happy with the dump of the palaces of this planet. Understand the operation. Don't read the writing of the Christ with the writing of the man. Read the writing of the Christ, the word of Christ, in the essence of his emotion and connection to his soul. If you want to understand more about the reality of the existence of the operation of the soul, go on the internet, look for hidden word, and understand the writing of Baha'u'llah Blessed's name in the essence of the soul of the man. When you read it, you open the realm of the creation and the message of God to man to elevate to the understanding of the promised one. It is not written for the man, it is written for the soul of the man. That's why it's hidden. When your own soul, its own operation is hidden from you, the knowledge is hidden from you. When you look and understand the writing of Baha'u'llah, bless his name, in the word of the essence of the soul of the man, you will understand the world and the connection between what is to come and what has been, and the elevation of the soul of the man ready for the progress into the universal community. It's very important. Those of you who are not familiar with the writing of Baha'u'llah, especially his hidden word, the rest is for physicality. The only transition book we have between the man and the next development is a hidden word. But when you read it in the understanding of the work of the soul and the elevation of the soul, and then you understand the message of God has been with you for a long time, over 200 years nearly. And it's the same message as was given by Christ, the same message which was given by Moses. But Moses lost his way, so he became back to elevation of being a man in physicality, and he has no status. Buddha understood more, but he could not connect. Muhammad lost his way not by his own, but by his followers. Pleasing the followers brought him the demise of himself. Moses pleased himself. Christianity, the way it is now, does not exist, and it was never the intention of Christ. Understand your own soul, the way you receive it. You don't look for it in vegetation, you don't look for it in the sea fish. You understand your own. Then you have the ability to convert. Look what it says in part of the knowledge you just opened up on Wikipedia. Thyroid gland. Look at, understand the operation of the conversion of the matter into the matters you need. Part of your thyroid gland is for your soul. Parathyroid gland, one of them is the elevation of the soul and the emotion to soul, is the conversion. It's the only organ in your life, in your physicality, which connects the emotion to. Another parathyroid gland is responsible for the conversion of the matter state. Phosphor to calcium, blah, blah, metals to the others. A man has never understood the work of parathyroid gland. Is the electron in the nucleus of the plasma of the brain, in the center of the brain of the man. And when it's misplaced, misconduct appears. You got to understand how and why, and don't look into vegetation or the food. We have to guide you because you're physical, that way involved. You have to have something to receive it. But it sits within you and inside you. This is the beauty of it. If you understand the work of your own physicality and the connection between your physicality and your emotion, and the interaction between where physicality does not need the emotion to interact with its soul, you have managed to understand the secret of the work of the Christ on the cross. Man for 2000 years have not understood how the man on the cross walks off. And that's why they made a mystery out of it. Because nobody could do this. So he's gone. We can make whatever we like. People watched him healing himself. His disciples watched him, that everything was healed. You have to understand the process of cross. When they hang you, is the weight of the physicality which goes down, which literally tears the organs apart and you die. Separation of the physicality, tearing apart from the emotion and the soul. He could manage to hold it because he knew he has the strength through his emotion. It took him a very short time to replenish because he tapped into the universal energy to receive what he could not receive from the food of the man. I can go step by step from the time he received the first nail to the time he landed in France. He lived as a common man amongst common people. He never wanted to be known. He saw the betrayal by his own disciples, and he saw the abuse of the people who did. But he knew what he did wrong, that he received this condition. The crossing was for his soul to be elevated to understand his physical misconduct. And I've said many times, not in my time, not under my watch. I will never go on the cross. The cross is not the physicality of it. It's there for you to become the judge of your own conduct. Does theology exist within the structure of the plasma, or is plasma, is conduct, the theology of the existence? The answer is yes.
I got that one. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
This is Lucy from China. Our Chinese team have some question about the grid of system. Can they ask you?
About?
About the system, the energy system they made.
The energy system.
Yeah.
We are speaking to Professor Xu.
Yes.
In organizing one teaching directly for this, for the Chinese.
Okay.
Very busy with it. I've seen some of the pictures I received from Shenzhen that you got yourself a lot confused in a lot of things, but because it needs direct translation, instantaneous translation, in the next couple of days that we are, we speak with Professor Xu, and with trying to explain this that people can see, because you're approaching the manufacturing or production of the energy system in a different way than the rest of the world as I see it.
Okay.
And they can do it much easier. I respect your question. I can answer you what a lot of people don't understand, because you go back into motors and the others where I've seen systems which are vibrating too much. I've seen systems which are not correctly done with the right intention. I've seen the generators, especially with Chinese, that have not understood the work of the what do you call it, the interaction of the generators.
Okay, so you suggest we have a special Chinese teaching and combine all the questions together, right?
Yes, that's what it's been. That's what I usually do. I've done that with you a couple of times now.
Okay.
Because you need to translate, and especially in the labs and the groups in China, you're working so hard. You need to be taught where and how. As you know, we'll know very soon how far we can help you to develop this in a very rapid way. There are different structures which you are putting together. I've seen you misconnecting and expecting connection to be, and you're coming with some genius ways of doing things. When you set up these generators, when you set up these systems, listen to what I said even in the blueprint presentation. This is an interim that you can understand a little bit more, and in a coming time we'll show you very small powerful systems that is good for you. It's what I call, this is a, what they call it, sandbank that you can test on. When you develop this technology in the compressors and what do you call ganses, I try to, even with our own innovation team, I go very slow and let them keep on explaining what they are doing, because by explaining they understand where they have not understood. We have shown you the not the hybrid system, the solid state system. You try to reach the interface between the hybrid and the what do you call it, two sides of the hybrid, is what we're trying to overcome to become only plasma. But there is a need for all of you who are making these generators to understand the transition between the plasma and the vibration of the plasma. And none of you will succeed unless you understand this. You come in from a vibration, from the pump or from the electricity as a grid, because some of you can feed directly into from the grid. You come into the plasma, you go through the capacitors, you go through the stacker, and then you go back to the pumps, which is the physicality. And this clicking of the two is your problem. And then you want to take matter state from it. It doesn't link up. You see it as not running, but you don't understand where the running the problem is. Even our own team has a problem understanding this. I've given them a couple of hints that separate the two sides, and then when it comes, collect as one. But they still go the old way. But that's a hybrid one. You have to understand, especially the Chinese. Do you understand the structure of the compressor internally? Or you just put a compressor to be there? I solved this in the first meeting for the Innovation Center. I just put a conversion of the work of the compressor as a generator through the stacker unit. But if you are not aware with the changes in the matter state and the plasma, you're still looking for the generators. Look, especially all of you, look, go back on the teaching of a few days ago, when Bernie showed you the loop, Arman has jumped on it, but he doesn't understand it. Arman has gone to one stage further into the solid state and is waiting to do. Arman, are you there, please? The Chinese friend, please look at this. It's very important if you understand it. I see the pictures you put in there from different people. You see that check floor, black and white? You have to understand the history of where this came from. The white comes from different and the black from different, where the white is encircled with the white, black, and the black encircles the white. This is the remnants of Masons. Those of you who understand, you understand what where this comes from. Arman, are you in the background? Or is he asleep? Can you elevate him if he's there? Can he speak?
He's in the chat here.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's unmuted. There he is.
Give his tongue to him. Let's see if he can speak.
Hello, Mr. Keshav.
Hi, Armanjan. Armanjan, can you show us, if you don't mind, your understanding of the solid state, please?
I have to go downstairs. You have to give me.
Oh my God. Will it take you a long time?
No, give me a few minutes.
You don't mind?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. You got to understand that just look at what you have on the table here. Look at the next step of development. Arman hasn't reached the final stage. He's still got a little bit to go, but he understood the process. He understands what is involved, and he's moved away from the process. Our Chinese friend or the others who are doing it, translate the drawing we have given you as a blueprint and change it into the solid state matter. Most of these things are not there. There is no need for it. Arman has grasped it, but still there is a piece missing in the structure. And do you need all this, or what sits on that table is all you need? It means a lot of you never understood the work of the two compressors. If you look at the drawing, which actually not a drawing, the physical unit, which was shown to you as a cubic, gave a lot of information, but you all got stuck with this. I mean, left it because this is how much you understand. But Arman understood, but he cannot translate it to the next step, but he's taken the right step. I can teach him in one way and tomorrow he'll fly. But the understanding of the processes, as they have to understand their own weaknesses and their own understanding.
I am over here, Mr. Keshe. If they allow me to show my video.
It's in the hand of Rick. Rick, can you let him see? Show. Those of you who are working on the compressors and all the problems you have, Armanjan, you can share.
Okay.
You see, you better explain, Arman. Oh, he's gone on his hands and knees.
We have two units, starter units, and what I did, I connected only one wire. If you can see here. and the same is the other end, meaning gravitational to magnetical, magnetical to gravitational.
Yeah, you have to open your camera. We don't see, we just see shadows of hand. Yeah.
It's not open.
Yeah, but we don't see the both, what do you call it, the units.
Both units, okay. 1 minute. I put it here.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, there is another wire coming from one end. There is two ends here. One end going to the magnetical of the capacitor, and from gravitational it goes back to the gravitational and comes out magnetical and connected to the load. And the other side, it's coming to the load and connected to the gravitational to the load. And then we have the motor, but I cannot connect it, Mr. Kirsch. It's late at night.
Yeah, I understand. No, just that I wanted you to show the next stage of development that you don't need the compressors. These are the maglev units produced in Italy, which Arman carries a lot of them. We don't know how.
Not a lot of them, I have two.
I know, I'm just pulling your leg. You have a white one as well somewhere, I've seen.
No, it's burned.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. But you see how the compressors have changed. Those compressors have a generator inside them. We use the generator motor revolution. That one generator become a power of the other generator. If you understand the winding of your stacker unit, you're not very far from a generator winding. But you have to move away from what you call it. You have to understand the change between the generator, a motor, and a transformer. And then, in so many ways, if you connect your stacker units in what you call in a correct way, you don't need the two blue ones. You can use only the white stacker in the middle. But this is the way Arman has done it, and you can see there is no compressors. There is no possibility of a failure. The only piece which Arman has here on the corner, the black one, would you like to show us, is his, what do you call it? Is his motor to run is being fixed as usual with Arman, precision made for him that he can show it. Where even this piece you are working to make it into one small piece about a few centimeters. Then the whole power generation will fit in your side pocket. We already have it. I mean, we can show it for a second time, third time, if you understand it. But if you look into these two blue boxes, is those two compressors you have. This is why I keep on saying, those who understand can go a step further. Those who just copy will stay copying machines, and there is no adding to the knowledge. And then everything is wrong with the people because they never understood it. In China, you are using the compressors, the rest, I explained it. We showed the, I mean, we could have kept that hidden, what do you call it, wireless unit away from you, but we put it on the table for you to see, but you just went to the blueprint. This technology is growing so rapidly, developing so much. I'm just there to guide. I will not make another unit. I stopped working in the labs for a long time. Somebody said he takes other people's knowledge and he markets them. We are like Microsoft. I wonder if Mr. Bill Gates produces every program Microsoft sells. And then it's wrong if it doesn't. It's the same with Apple. We are an organization, we are all one, and when we put out, we put as one. Those who are devious in their thinking, they try to bring that in a way. So if somebody is a head of organization, he doesn't make every system which is put out. So people don't understand thinking how devious they are. Oh, they say, yes, he's right. So from now on, we ask all the head of the companies that they produce every single system themselves, otherwise there's something wrong with them. This is what it is. We enlighten and people elevate the knowledge. There is no compressor here. There is no generator here. The understanding has been translated in solid state. Arman sees it different way. He's put it there. There are all sorts of parameters in this. It's not going to work the first time. It's not going to work the second time, but it's going to work because all it needs is refining. This is completed when it becomes all in one stacker unit. And in Innovation Center, we are working on that one stacker unit. All the others have gone. So our Chinese friend who want to show us the generator and the pump, you haven't understood what's inside the pump and what's inside the compressor. Inside your compressors are generators. I did this with the Innovation Center a few weeks ago. They immediately understood, and then we added the heartbeat to it with the understanding of Bernie. This is beautiful what you made, Arman, but it's so simple. There is no moving part in it once you detach the starter motor.
You just create a loop.
Yeah. And actually that loop sits in your stacker.
Yeah, I know. You can do it in one stacker too.
Yeah. I understand.
No, just I want to show it that you don't need the generators and you can do it this way. You just need the dynamo.
Yep. We showed this last week in the miniature unit, and everybody went on board and started doing the pump on the blueprint. We showed the physical unit on the miniature unit. There is a teaching. Thank you very much, Arman. Sorry to get you off the bed this time of morning.
I'm not in a bed.
You're becoming like me. You never sleep.
Mr. Keshe,
Pardon?
good morning, Mr. Keshe.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So you see, can we go back in the picture which was there? We don't need the generators. We don't need the pumps. And one thing you'll come up to understand, when you use the pump and then you have a restriction in the magnetic field flow as a current for a DC or a current for a AC, a 220 or 110. This is copying. What we saw is understanding and adding. Open these compressors. Look what's inside them. So many of you have built. Just this is what I tried to stop. Monkey see, monkey do. We gave the blueprint and we showed you immediately. We didn't wait for months. We showed you immediately the solid state of it. There is a problem with the blueprints because you have to understand what's inside it. It's a generator. We trigger the plasma of the generator by looping it, feeding each other. It's a continuous generation. In a normal condition, you lose over time as the energy lost. With adding the coils and the capacitors, you bring the energy of the universe into it through the nano coating and through the gas. Very simple. It's your body. One generator on one side is your brain, the other generator is your physicality. And if you look at the stacker, is your mouth feeding you with the energy extra or the absorption through your body? Two eyes and the brain in the middle. understand. Don't go on to today start copying the MAGRAV units. Understand. Some of you, there's a lot of hidden connections in the MAGRAV unit. Arman just explained to you one, and it takes time to get all of it because you have to understand it. MAGRAV units are generators in a small voltages in the matter state, but high potential plasma voltages in the current flow, very low in the matter state, but extremely powerful in the structure. You got what you wanted. This is historical, what we see, and we see in the translation of understanding of the knowledge with Arwen. Vernie, are you there, please? Is Vernie in the background? Hi, Rick.
I see Renan there. I don't see Vernie this point. Let's keep looking.
It's about 6, 7 o'clock at night, so it should be up. It's not middle of the night. And Renan, do you have the picture of the what do you call it? The miniature unit.
Okay, sir. I'll get it, sir. I think it's in the Zoom.
Okay, if you can bring it and show the process with the solid state process.
Okay, sir. I'll get it.
Thank you very much. Can you let Renan to share? Because if Renan was there, he could explain to you in a different way that you understand. So those of you, we leave the blueprint and we'll let you do what you like with it, because it's our job to release the knowledge. Because don't forget, it goes back to one thing. The more we release to you, the more you think about it, the more you receive, the more we receive as a whole, that we can give more, and it's just expanding very rapidly. Now we're getting to the speed of hurricane. Up to now we were breezes in the transfer of knowledge. Understand the process, understand what it means, understand the implication, understand the application.
Hi, sir. I have here a replication of it in the other lab, which we have made also.
Okay, would you like to share with us either way, whatever you have?
Okay, sir. Okay, so can you see the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is these similar connections with Vernie, but with larger coils, because Vernie was making the smaller coils. This one is about bigger, 2 times bigger than it's almost the same as the MAGRAV units that we have.
Yes,
so,
okay. Can I take over, because we leave it as that. We don't want to go through it till it's done properly. Okay, when you see in this structure is a MAGRAV unit with capacitors. There are hidden things in here which we don't explain. In time we will, because it's part of the development. And soon you will understand that's all it needs to produce 3 to 5 or 10 kilowatt. No more. And you can miniaturize it into the laptop. You can expand it to the size of a building block. It doesn't make much difference. It's what and how you transfer energy. This is what you got to be looking for. You see the 2 coils at the bottom is like a generator. The third one coming from the capacitors is your stacker unit. And this system, we will show its operation in a very short time. So you see, we are not talking imaginary, everything what we say is getting done. The Innovation Center is very rapidly working on these kind of things. Is a specific way of developing these coils and the capacitors that are not normal capacitors. We explain in the future how we build them, how they're done, and the reason behind it. We have developed new capacitors which you've never seen before. I've asked Wernie a few days ago to how to construct it. It took him less than a few minutes, and we've seen the result. We are looking at new development in all the capacitors. We work as a team, we develop as a team, and we share as a team. We start small and then we bring it out. I wonder how many of you will share with us what you learn. Thank you very much. Well, Renan, while you're on the line, would you like, or do you have access to the video of the Hollow Center which you tested, which emptied?
Yes, sir. I have the video, but I don't have the picture of it when it was hollowed. But the video, when the time it was when it flew away from the motor, I have the video. I can play it.
Yes, please share.
Okay, sir. I'll prepare the video.
Thank you very much. We stop sharing and come back again. So you see from these huge transformers and what you call compressors, how far we are coming down to. You have to add to the knowledge. You have to extend the knowledge. Now we are testing capacitors in a special way that they give up to 1,000+ volts. We understand the process, and I've said something, I've written to the Innovation Center. Any of you, especially a lot of Keshe Foundation close people, keep on calling innovation. They have an instruction not to talk to any of you. We are taking too much time and you're putting them under a lot of pressure. None of the Keshe Foundation supporters, whatever, if you have access to Innovation Center, they will not respond to you. If you want to know anything, go back to the helpline and to the support team which sits there. They can support you, because then it's creating your people going back, says Mr. Keshe said to us that you have to share or whatever. I've told them not to share because you're taking too much time and you're putting them under a lot of pressure. So those who've been calling the innovations into people, please find out they will not respond to you. It's not that we don't want to, you're taking too much time and you're not sharing the knowledge in the right way, because it's causing a lot of problem for us. So those of you who've been calling Douglas and Bernie and Renan and Jonathan and the rest, you'll get a blank wall from now on, because we need the time to finish the job. Are you ready to share?
Yes, sir. It's ready. I'll share.
Please, thank you. Yes, send it technical support. They will give you what they have. Thank you very much, Vivek. Would you like to explain to us?
Okay.
Sir, can I just very quickly state that if we receive any questions at tech support to which we do not have the requisite information, for example, the final design that's coming out and things like that, we will not be able to answer your questions. Please send us.
We will try to enlighten you. You have to. It's work in progress. When don't say anything how this is done. We just want you to see how the center empties and you see the big disk moving. It's a very small core, and you watch what's happening. It's very interesting. We just let them watch, and the center core in this gets emptied from liquid. Carry on, please.
Okay, sir. I'll play the video.
Play the video. Till it goes. Yeah, please. Look at the big disk on the floor. It's a very small motor, and this is a solid wood. It's a lot of weight. It's very slow.
Okay, so it was a very short 30 seconds
video.
Yeah, for that. And this was the second time we turned it. And once we reviewed the inside of the core, the half of the inner core was reduced. So the inner core was only half of its water was gone, but still the outer core has its water.
Okay, so, carry on, please.
For this. So this is the short video for it. I think that's all, Mr. Kesh. It's a 30-second video until it drops out for the ball for
No problem. No problem.
I'll repeat it so people can see how it was.
Yeah.
It was removed from the. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, the very small core can move a system like this. We have tested without any liquid into these balls. We have tested with water only, and understanding the process is very important. Is part of the teaching, comes together in agriculture, in health, and in the space technology. The inner core emptying itself and no liquid is the same generation of the fields before. So when we try to explain, you got to understand the totality. But then the question goes, what you have as the MAGRAV generator unit, if you understood what is on the picture today with the rotating cores, do we need any MAGRAV units? Or do the MAGRAV units become the structure of the frame for extraction of the field in the matter state vibration of electrons? Then the process become conversion system. Your stacker is actually a converter of the plasma into matter state level. And then if you know how to do it, you find a potential balance in respect to the matter state and the plasma state, and then you can drain what you like. In ARMA setting, we have already preset that when you get to that stage, we can drain as much as we like on the matter state. These coils easily can give you 1 megawatt. Easily. If you understand, because we are not working on a matter state, we are working on the plasma transfer on the nano layers, which is totally what you call resistance free as a superconductor. Now, those of you who are in China or other places building these compressors, you went to put the compressor, but we went inside the compressor, which is generator. And if you understand the work of the generators, you understand. We have a small picture. We just got a white line, Rick. I think it's a Chinese person.
Trying to fix it here.
Yeah. You will understand. If you understand the work of the generators, how the winding of a generator is, it takes you a few seconds to convert the knowledge instead of that big box to a coil. But you have to understand, you've seen the number of the wires and the connections which you've seen in there, all isolated from each other. In a way, by connecting the right way, you get rid of the what I call Get rid of
katong mo assemble.
Renan, darling, you have your microphone open. It's what you've done in a way. If you are put it in writing here, if you see it, I go in a color, you can see a blue if it's good enough. If you see, this is your stacker, and if you look, the green here is your generator. This become A and this become B by just rewinding the correct way. So you don't need the compressors, because what you find in a compressor is another version of this. This is A and this is B. So you see how we managed to get rid of this. This part, we think, we are sure, we have managed to eliminate too. But here you get a power generator to go from 8 volt into a capacitance and increase to 220. We're working on a system that, in a way we are setting things up, we can go directly to maybe up to 15,000 volts, because this is we need. I explain to you in the future why we need it. If you go, I taught earlier on, if you go to 15,000 to 20,000 without this here, which is impossibility at the moment, and we can replicate it and do it, then you understand you don't even need this. Or you can use it initially in conjunction with each other to replicate part of this here, and then you, with one coil, you achieve. And if you look very, very closely at one of these, let's look at number 3, and go and look at the unit which we showed in Barletta with Marco system. You find one unit here. Number 3 is a copy of what you've seen on the whole platform with Marco system. The 2 coils inside, the source, the energy, and everything else you can control. And the new rings and capacitors we are developing will literally cover for all of this. All this unit as a whole, maybe 1 kilowatt, maybe 1 megawatt, will become a pocket size. I need the time for you lot to take time to produce, that I can put pressure on the governments to push for world peace. You don't understand the game. Let me explain it openly. I need you to be as slow as possible, that the governments see it coming, they can organize themselves. At the same time, I need it as fast enough that I push the change I'm looking for, which is the peace. Otherwise, I can show you in one stroke and you all copy it, and then what's going to happen? Then they fit themselves in another disguise. This way, we use the knowledge and the science to negotiate. In fact, if you look at the whole structure, I tell you what you need. I'm going to clean up this. It takes so long to clean, but it takes so little to write it. All you need, literally, if you understand, is this. Where the 3 sits is your rotating core. Where this sits is your matter conversion to the state you like. The rest of this picture here is a waste of time. But this is what you understand. I have to go through it this way. And I'll let you build it step by step. And if you go back, we shown this a year ago in a MAGRAB unit. If you look at one of these units, gravitational to magnetical, magnetical to gravitational, infinity loop is already there. If you look, the source of energy sits in the middle. All you need to do is to tap. Do we need 2 or 3 stacker unit? And if you can tap in this, in the center, would you like kilowatts, megawatts, millivolts, microvolts?
May I show you a picture, Mr. Keshe?
Of course, Armin. Do you want to share? Rick, would you share, please? Are you sharing? Yep.
This is what you...
More or less, yeah. This system can produce megawatts. You work totally in a superconductor, non-resistive environment. You have to release enough energy to get to that center to be hollow, that the structure around it, the copper coils, absorb the energy, and you decide how much gravitational you want, what potential difference you want to take according to what you give. Over 15,000 gives you universal lift in the atmospheric condition of the Earth. Over 20,000, you actually achieve total control without any attachment to the planet.
Excuse me, Armin, could we get you to share your photo and not your whole desktop, please?
Sure.
Open up. Yep. So you see how advanced the technology is.
Yeah, Armin, you need to share the window rather than your desktop when you go to share, and then it'll just show the picture rather than all your applications and so on.
He knows that he's still asleep.
I'm just giving a gentle reminder.
I think he needs a strong coffee.
No, not now.
You see, the knowledge is there, but somehow how you understand it counts. Even we are in the process, these rings are too weak. In a very short time, we show you a new structure. More stable, more powerful, and it's more or less replication of what we showed in the Sensano, in the Barletta a year ago. I've designed a new what do you call it, coil system, capacitor system. We are testing it, and it looks promising, much more powerful, absorption, more control. Thank you very much, Armajan.
Okay.
So you see the future, and if you still work with the compressors, I explained to you, I go at the speed of everyone. I teach across the foundation that people want to be taught, and they're there to work, and they would like to develop the technology, but not those who come to abuse the technology. We are very, very clear about what we're doing, and we know who's coming to steal, we know who's coming there, but we pretend to be daft. because that's the only way they fail themselves. And you've seen, very simple. The technology is there, it's getting tested. You've seen the power of the plasma, and it's no different than 12 months ago, but it's taken us 12 months for a number of people to understand it.
Good morning, Mr. Cash.
Who's speaking?
Azar.
Yes, Azar. Good morning.
Can we go back to the soul, or we want to still talk about the Maghreb?
It depends on the people. I don't know if they learned enough.
Okay, so if you want to talk about the generator, when you're done, I can ask you a question about the soul.
Yeah, let's see how people so elevated with what we showed them in general.
Let me know, please.
No problem. Is there any other question?
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, yeah. Mr. Cash. This is Paul from Togo.
Hi, Paul.
Fine, Mr. Cash. I think our presentation is ready.
Yes, we promised you. We tried to get you in 3 weeks now. Okay, let's see what is the question in respect, and we show you, no problem. I have.
Okay, thank you.
Sometimes we've been delaying you.
Okay, we can show that if you like. Do you want me to show it?
Let's see if there are other questions that we finish with this and we go on to the other.
Okay.
Is there any other question regarding the generators?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. My name is Shahram Parvin from Hanover in Germany. I have a question in relation to autism in children. My son is 4 years old. When he was 1 year old, he has been vaccinated against measles, mumps, and rubella. Since then, he has autism. He does not speak, and he has development stop. In the 7th lecture,
this is the side effect of present vaccination. And anybody who stood against it has been killed, or has been imprisoned, or has been told they are demented. There is a process, you can reverse it. You have to understand the damage which is caused with mercury through these injections. What I advise, try something very simple. Try to feed your son with Gans water of CO2 and zinc oxide. About 3 spoons a day for about a month, and let us know if you see any changes. You have to not only wash out the mercury infection or the containment, you have to rebalance the positioning. This way, you have to make it as a liquid water to drink and a straw to breathe air, which has got a containing of the, what do you call it, CO2 and zinc oxide. The problem with, now we know, and they've killed many people for it not to come to light, is these vaccinations carry high dosage of mercury, and they create a problem comes with the mercury. 2 of my children been affected by the same as you. I know exactly what you're talking about. Those who promote this should be put in prisons that they have no holes even to be fed, and feed them the same injections and see how they turn up after a few days. I understand what you're talking about. Thank you very much for bringing this up. One of the solutions we see is create a gas water. You can test it, a gas water of CO2 and zinc oxide, because you have to elevate the physicality of the emotion with the physicality of the existence of the material. If you have calcium oxide GANs from bone marrow or from the bone, you can add a small amount to it and just GANs water of it, not the GANs of it. You need to put that in a mixture which you can give him 2 or 3 spoons a day, and then you can, you got to make a straw. Can I share a screen, please? I understand exactly what you're suffering. I suffered the same with my children. I wish I knew what I know now. They're in their 20s, what we went through with our children. I hope this works. We've seen this working. You have to understand what happens. At the time they get the injection, the mercury works like a cancer. It attracts you to its magnetic gravitational weight, all the energy. So because it's part of the magnesium calcium chain balance division, it takes energy from the growth of the cells in the brain. So what you're doing now, you're triggering the growth. What you have to do to trigger the growth is this. You need CO2. You need zinc oxide. You don't use any CH3. CH3 is not needed at this point because the energy is there. You get a very hyperactive child. You need an amino acid which is taken from the zinc. You need with it the understanding of to create the brain cells to be supporting it. You need the calcium oxide which comes from the bone marrow, not from the bone. There's a big difference. Most of the immune system, if you have the way to do this, if for example you get a chicken bone and just cut the top where is the soft part, that gives you what you're looking for. Boil it, make a gans of it, because that part is not bone structure. It's very, take the white bone off it. It's just, you know, when you get a chicken bone on the top, you have the soft bit. Take this part and make a gans of it, which gives you the maximum, because now it carries amino acid calcium connected with the brain bone marrow. And you need to do 4. This is just a touch, and 2. That's the ratio you need. And you do 3 to 4 spoons of water, not the gans of it. You don't touch the gans. You just give him 3 or 4 spoons a day, 2 or 3 times a day to build up. And with it, you allow the emotional side to be built up with the zinc on the physical part. This is supporting the physicality. Then you make a straw where he can breathe through, and you put a pipe around it. Dr. Klaus, are you in the background? You can show how he does it. You fill this tube with the same mixture, and you close it. And like a straw, he can drink water out of it. I make this in a cups like a football. The children look at it as they're drinking. But you allow him to breathe through this. He needs to breathe. That the damage done to the emotional nervous system, you repair too. Then you need to make a gans patch with the same thing. Just put it on the pillow when he sleeps for an hour or 2 at night. That you allow the elevation of it to production of the cells of the brain, and let me know what you feel. It takes us about 2 years to see a start of the reversal sometimes. He's very young, you catch up very quickly. What has happened is that due to mercury in this injection, mercury has taken a lot of energy instantaneously. It's like blood, the body goes into the death zone. You know, like you go into hypothermia and the body shuts down the extremities to receive water, blood, and you get gangrene. Because of the way this criminal liquid has been put into the market, and they use a mercury connection to it, this does the same thing on the emotional level, that it damages only the brain cells level. Part of using the CO2, zinc oxide, and amino acid allows you to wash it out. You literally start washing the mercury out, because it's still in the body. It stays attached to the body for decades. Because in it, they have put a link with which attaches itself to the emotion. It's the fear of the body going to die, because usually these children who show this, within the first 24 hours, they show respiratory problem and a high temperature, fever. And the body, when it comes to this, it shuts down to save itself, but it doesn't trigger back on again. It's a cancer. This is the only way I know that works. You see your child gradually doing odd things, they come back into normality, but how much damage is, it depends where is touched. How is touched. You have to understand what autism is. It's not connecting to the information, trying to analyze it. So it's a connection emotion which is lost, which sits in the part of the body of the man. So you need to, because you have to understand the totality of the science. Every cell of your body carries part of the interaction of the emotion of the brain. So when you drink, you do that. When you breathe, you support it. You have to do the three at the same time. Let us know, but this is very effective in most of the cases I've tested. Do you understand?
Thank you very much. I try only. Thank you.
Yeah, there is no other solution. It's a poisoning which you have to get out of the body of the man. And when you elevate the emotion side with the zinc, the mercury detaches itself. It cannot hold to the field it does. And it releases. And if you get a doctor to measure the urination, you will see discharge of mercury in a physical shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
You're welcome. Dr. Klaus, are you in the background to show how to make this? You have these straws made? Somebody wrote to us, is Dr. Klaus really a doctor, or you just call him? He's a real PhD. He can tell you who he is. Dr. Klaus? Is he with us? Hi, Rick. Do you see him?
Looking here. Don't see Klaus on here, right?
Okay, we try to put this with the innovation team as a blueprint for damages to MRI, what do you call it, the vaccination, that it can be used. We are produced as a blueprint of the Keshe Foundation, very easy to do. And you tell us what you see as a result. By the way, while I'm at it, before I forget, all the ones who became participants in the trials, you will receive your dosages according to what we had to do, according to the Japanese regulation, which we received in next few days. You can see what we can show you what you're going to receive. Is Ella in the background? Ella, can you share with us the sachets they received, please? Hello? Do we have Ella on the phone? Oh, she's asleep. Yeah. Rick, do you see her in the background?
I'm not seeing Ella. Not seeing Ella here.
Usually sits with a Stanley. Do you see a Stanley? Oh, she's asleep. She was working till about 6 o'clock this morning.
Stanley, you've got two IDs there. Can you speak on your one to see if She's there. I'll unmute you there. Go ahead. Hi, Stanley. No, we're not hearing from Stanley right now. Maybe it's
Okay.
chat. Let me see. I don't think so at this point, Mr. Kesh.
Oh, they must be all asleep. They've been working very late or early this morning. Okay, let's see what Paul has to say. If we see the other two, we'll go back. Rick, how long is this presentation with Paul?
Well, it's got I think 58 pages altogether.
Ooh,
a little bit long, but it's in different parts. Maybe he would like to maybe he would like to break it down or has some way to present it in pieces.
Okay, give him 10-15 minutes, and then we do it another part.
Okay. Paul, are you ready to go?
Yeah, Mr. Rick, I am ready.
Okay, let me do the screen share here. Oops. This opened up better.
Ooh, this is a whole thing.
Yeah, it's a whole sort of presentation thing.
What is got to be said? These are the thoughts of Paul, and they work on the Keshe Foundation name in Togo. This is their understanding, and this is what they do with their work. And this is what is important to understand. This is the inspiration of their translation of the knowledge of the foundation work. Carry on, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh.
We give you about 10
first of all,
minutes, Paul. We give you 10 or 15 minutes because 58 pages goes for a long time.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say thank to all for the development in the Keshe Foundation for Humanity. We are joining Keshe Foundation on this presentation to present our research for improvement, developing, and sharing. Keshe Foundation Togo are presenting the new ELF unit as 7 dimension according to knowledge, understanding released by Mr. Kesh and others. So let's see what is on the table. Mr. Rick, next page, please. So our object is to build one ELF unit at 7 dimensions, and the work of these ELF units is to make treatment, especially cell chirurgical operation. We want to use the same unit for transportation, for food, and repairing and generate of human body tissue. We want also to use these ELF units for elevation of the soul of the man. And we want to create a vortex system and communication system between man unit and the universe. We want also to allow man to reload his battery. The human body is battery. Next page, please. Hello. Next step, please. So the focus is who is the man, how man system work, and how plasma technology can be applied on the human system. According to our understanding, we will let you know about it. First of all, man system working on the base of energy. Man never die according to the calendar age. Man die according to his biological age. And there is some formula to calculate his biological age. And there is one age on which everyone should die. Nobody can go up to this target age. We know this age, but according to the mentalities, we cannot give us, for instance, but we just give the formula, but people have to search what is the if. And the if is on the human body, we can measure it and calculate and know at which age we are and how age remaining us to die. So there is why sometimes here in Africa, people know when they can die. This is very easy, just it is one formula and we know how to calculate it. Everybody can do it. So next step, please. So the system is on the 7 glands, and our main object is to reach immortalities of the man, but using the field of energy. 7 glands, you have it here. In another culture, they call it chakra and other language. So we have 7. We have one who is adrenal. Second is ovaries, testicle. Third one is pancreas. The fourth one is thymus. The fifth one is thyroid and parathyroid. And the sixth one is pituitary. Seventh one is pineal. Next page, please. So we are working here on the 7 gland to reach the immune system of human body. And here we have let people to know what is the 7 gland and who is at the center of human body. The 7 glands are the center of energy. The great work consists of settling the flow of energy. So this is the great work for human. Human have to settle and handle the energy that he cannot touch. Mr. Kesh have teached it is at plasma states. These 7 center that we are focused on it is on the plasma states. There is some energy there, but it's working on the plasma state first. So here we want to let people know about the role of these glands. The first gland, pineal or epiphyse, we call him house of spirits because he alone man to connect to the universe. The second is pituitary gland, control the memory, the wisdom, and the thoughts. We call him house of intelligence. Next page, please. So the third one is a thyroid gland, which ensure the cellular metabolism in the body and govern the growth. It's called the house of growth. The fourth one is thymus, which control the F and the circulatory system. We call him the house of the F. The fifth one is the pancreas, which control the digestion, the glycemia, and the thermal balance of the body. It calls the house of transcendence. Next page, please. The sixth one is a suprarenal gland, which supports the function of lung, bone, bone marrow, and vertebral column. We call him the house of water. The seventh and the end one is the sexual gland, which ensures the secretion of hormone, sexual energy, and reproduction. We call him house of energy. Next step, please. Yeah, please, we call it house of essence, please. So the seven gland and immune system, according to Dr. Alexis Carrel, the glandular system is a wheel of life, the key of cell perpetual functioning, and thus the immortality is the glandular system, which working perfectly in the full capacity. And you can see these seven glands. Every vessel depending on order to stock and in catch energy things. It means that if, for example, the first gland, who is A, loses energy, the six other have to decrease their energy to give the E, to allow him to be able to work. So the six glands is working one to another. So it's very important, according to our understanding, to keep these seven glands at the same level. We have to work on everyone to allow everyone to get the full energy that he needs to be able to work. Next step, please. The disease arises when one of these glands is deprived of energy. In this case, not only we have to stimulate the gland of energy, but we must also balance to raise the maximum of energy. The fact of balancing and bringing out the energy strengthens the immune system. By increasing our level, we can then eliminate the weakness to cure and keep ourselves alive. At the same moment, we can use this superior sphere of energy to open the spiritual center and prevent again. Next step, please. The human body is like a battery. It needs energy to work, and to work in full capacity, it needs maximum of energy. A person who energy level fall to the 70% feel miserable. 50% he must be hospitalized. When the level is lower than 20%, he need intensive care, and when his energy is exhausted, she died. Next step, please. We make comparison of the approach of the medicine regarding the cure and the one that we initiate use. It identifies the zone of germ and kill the infected cell with antibiotic and other one. Instead of killing germs, we deal with the F and the life, and on the method to protect it. We know that there are millions of germs, and it will be useless to try to eliminate them. Initiated dedicate their time to decrease of energy, which is the main cause of the weakness of the body and susceptibility to the agents responsible for diseases. Next step, please.
Excuse me, Paul. This is not going according to what?
Please?
This is not what is going according to what we wanted to teach. This goes in a different direction than our teaching. You are stating a lot of things as you gathered with it. I don't know where you're going with this. It's very nice to see what you've done. But this...
Yeah, Mr. Kesh, it's going on the teaching of plasma state. We will see after that, just here to allow people to understand what we want to say. Just after this, we make what we call a theoretical approach of plasma technology to this gland. And what we have done is focused only on this plasma technology. It's not order, just to allow people to understand first.
Okay, no problem.
So the loss of energy, yeah, thank you. So the loss of energy which results from disease entire and again of the body. Without energy, cell and tissue stop regenerating and eventually wither and death. The human battery, in order not to lose energy, has to reload by the repairing sleep and food. The sleep relays the meridian point of intra and release of energy, and allow the energy of the universe to enter by the point of acupuncture to circulate along the body of the meridian to reach and to reload all the cells of our body. Next step, please. Here now we have plasma theoretical apply for the human, for the health units. So what we see, according to the understanding of every gland, so we try to get the glands that we can use on our health units to let man get energy that he wants. So when we take the first one, who is the pineal gland, or epiphyse. So here we use what you call some guns to allow this to be equilibrated. And what we are proposing, Mr. Kesh, is first this system is making on two way. There is giving part and there is taking part. So we have propose to use here CO2 gas. After we want to use on other reactor CH3. The third one is zinc oxide. Another side we want to use copper oxides, calcium gas, magnesium and vitamin D3 gas. This is for the first gland. Next step.
Sorry, Paul, I have to stop you because I see things here which is not correct, and I have to stop. Sorry, I'm going to go over this.
Yeah.
Because there are things here which, according to our work, is not what do you call it, understood fully, put it that way. And I prefer to stop this before it goes any further. Yeah, because
Mr. Kesh.
You are going in a way I can see, but what you are discussing here.
What we want, Mr. Kesh, is not directly to apply. This is provisoire, and what we need here is your expertise to settle everything.
No,
so
Paul, I have to stop you because to me this is not correct. Okay.
Okay.
I have to stop you because it's I see things here which does not fall within the work of the plasma as I see it, and I have to stop it. I do apologize. It's very nice what you've done, but there is a point I have to stop, and I have to stop this here, please. I'll go through it with you. There is a need for a huge amount of understanding that we can go. I understood the first part you're trying to explain is that understood in, what do you call it, in general. But when it comes to this, I have to stop because I see things which to our understanding of the plasma does not fit into it.
Okay, Mr. Kesh, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Rick, do you have anything else to show?
Let me see. There are other things, of course. Do have a look here just a minute. Let's see. We showed the pictures from the Austria group earlier with their replication of the Maggrav generator.
Yeah. Is there anything, have you seen?
There was something that you or Caroline wanted me to show. It was a German a PDF, and I have the translated copy of it. About
what is it?
It's about why is the unit in Washington, why was it not working? And
no, this is not from us. I don't think that comes from me. You can't see it.
There's
I know what you're talking about.
Yes. From
ignore it.
Richard, apparently. Okay.
Ignore it.
I didn't know how you wanted to deal with that. So, okay. Trying to think from.
Do you want that?
We had the Chinese picture earlier that I put up, and Yunnan was wanting to get a comment on his. I'll put the picture up here, and we'll have maybe a brief comment about that. And in the bottom bottom box, the way I understand this bottom box area is the circuit or plasma circuit to replace the compressors.
What do we see in the box? We've got to understand the box.
Yeah, he needs to have a translator to properly translate.
Can you ask him, send him a message to discuss it in the Chinese section?
Okay.
Then we can always bring it back.
Okay, we can maybe have more of a look at that later.
Because he has to open it up and explain. Maybe translates it in the Chinese section, and then we can bring it back once it's translated in the Chinese section.
We did have someone earlier who asked if they could show their reactor, and I told them to wait until the end part. Maybe they could. I can't remember the name. It started with A. Was it Azar? No, it was.
Yeah, Azar wanted to ask a question about the soul.
think it was Anne Zai who had something they wanted to show. Is that true, Anne Zai? Otherwise, Azar could also go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, you spoke about the soul and how the creation is inside of us, and you have reached the point that you, through your emotion, got to your soul. What prevents me from getting to the point that you are?
I don't understand. Put the question a different way.
What is the barrier that I cannot reach to the point that you have reached? To get to your soul.
I don't know.
Is it my diet? Is it my emotion? Is it my understanding? Is there any?
In so many ways, it's understanding of the operation of your own existence.
Okay, so for example, if I'm reading the Baha'u'llah's book, it's translated from Arabic to English. So how do you find the meaning of some of the words is you see in the passage?
This the same. You got to understand, for those who don't know about the history of the religions. Writing of Moses was written years after. It was the understanding of what was their history written and then made the way it was to be. Writing of the life of Christ was written some years after, even though we have some testimonials from disciples. And then it's fitted the way it is. Muhammad had some of his work written about 40 years after his time. The Baha'u'llah is the only one who has written and literally corrected all his what they call messages. So it's the first time we have hands-on written knowledge from what we call the Prophet of God. So there is some credibility in that way that is not tainted with people saying what is what it is, the way it's meant to, because he corrected the writings himself at the end of it. The process of understanding is not all the writing of all the prophets. There is one section of all the writing of Baha'u'llah which goes into the part connected with the soul of the man, and it's called hidden, because the soul of the man is hidden from his physicality. That's what it means, hidden word. In so many ways, if you now understand what is meant, what is hidden, then it's not hidden, then you can read it in the language of the soul. I never promote any of the religions, but I promote the act of the prophets and behavior as a prophet or as a man, which way they made the decision to go. So you have to read the writing as written in the name of the soul, behavior. The only part which is, and is more or less elevation of the soul of the man to understand the coming of the Messiah. And if you, I can go verses by verse, not many of it, but it hasn't got the, even the Baha'is don't understand it, just read it, what do you call it, by memory, without understanding it. But if you now translate this to those who read this, doesn't matter what religion, what path of belief, but read it in the understanding of the soul and the operation of the soul, you will find a lot of answers is given in a passage of the time to come to understand one's soul, how you can connect and what is in there. A lot of it has no meaning in a physical life. It's very much meaningless when you read them. We don't have that kind of detailed writing from any of the messengers of the past. It's all what has been said hundreds of years later what is said decades later, and what was said and changed to fit some people. Even some of the hadiths in the Quran is hadith, that's what it means, it's telling. And I have questioned a lot of the work in Torah. When I was a child, I come from a Jewish background, I could not understand a lot of it. When was discussed, when was there, what was the reason, or was it changed because it suited some? This is the problem. I refer to it because it brings the understanding of the soul of the man to himself. It's not for anybody else. It's the first time where you have to understand the station of your own soul and how you can reach that point. I don't agree with a lot of writing of Baha'u'llah because it's written in a way that it fits the time of 200 years ago, not the present time. I don't agree with a lot of writing in Quran, but accepting the station of the position of the soul as a prophet is what we respect. Because a lot of the writing has changed to suit the man who wrote it at the time to fit it. We've seen that with Vatican. They've destroyed everything to just be the way it is. But if you read what is in Catholicism, is the Persian, what do you call it, Zoroastrian Mithraism. So, if it's a passage to understanding the soul, because the soul has been hidden from the man. We were not aware of it, who talk about it, but we are not aware of its position and its value. Now we know it's there. And it's the same with the skin of the man. You need 3 layers for it to manifest the skin of the man. The life of the man needs the soul, the transition, and its manifestation of physicality. Now we understand more about the direction and how the inner part works in respect to manifestation of its outer part. And we call it emotion in one end in transition of the information between the two. As it's a field matter, the physicality has direct access to the soul itself. And most of the elevation of the man comes from his physical condition. It's the physical part. The physical part itself has a say in what the emotional delivers. We call it consciousness. We know you should not kill. It's the physicality which, when receives the information from the emotion to fit the job, the physical does. And if the physicality refuses, because it's connected directly to the soul and knows the direction of it. Thou shalt not kill. That's not the physicality. It's that thou shalt not kill his own soul, his own physicality within his own soul. That's what you do. You separate the physicality from the emotion and the soul, so you kill it. Because you don't let the 3 to be elevated to the same level or to receive the same. What is means? This says, look at the cross section of the world at the moment. Christians, this is one of the top writing of the Christ bless his name. Thou shalt not kill. But all the European, American, Catholic, Christian nations are the most advanced nation of the weapons to kill and incite all the wars. The punishment is written. Now we see what happens. This goes against every ethos. They go, they kill, and then they go to the mosque or to the church and they pray. In whose name, under what conditions? The hidden words are more man to understand. Now it's not hidden. Now we understand it's written for the understanding of the soul of the man. I can translate every single part of the hidden word. And then you understand totally what it means. I've been told many times to explain it, write it, because it's not even understood by the Baha'is. I'll read it with the eye of indifference, not with the eye of what suits what. And when you understand it, read in the understanding of the soul, you understand that the passage is written for you to find a way to your soul. And then if you do that, when we teach, you've been given the guidelines. We deliver the connections. It's the soul you can elevate, but you have to understand it's been allowed by the environment which the soul is within the structure of the universal soul can elevate to that point. Can it give enough? Is your intention doesn't count in a way, because can the soul give enough to be empty to receive? Was the sacrifice of Christ, was that ultimate point of giving, which was the physicality, to receive the immortality of the soul of the Christ. Detachment from physicality. If you can elevate your soul to the point that your physicality can carry and no further. There is a lot of work in the background about the operation of the soul. You want to know about the soul of the man, I open the book of the man. And then no man shall stay a man. This planet will be deserted like nothing. Because, as I said, it's the physicality which is taking the shape from the structure of the soul. And when the soul understands what their physicality in respect to the rest do, this planet is not for such a just soul. I've said many times, I'm ashamed to be in the body of the man, but we have to read that we can change the course. I'm not afraid of any threats. I'm not afraid of people trying to, as they've done, to assassinate, to kill us, or the threat to do. Before they reach us, we reach them. Does not matter what shape they take and what they say. They come in different shape and colors, and they've tried it in every way. But the job is to elevate. Then they understand their own elevation. This is part of the problem. Try to understand your own soul through understanding of your physicality and emotion. When you receive the elevation, you know. You know, it does not matter how. Millions of people go through sacrifices and tortures and everything else. The point, not of the forgiveness, but adding to your soul to be able to understand more, allows you to elevate your soul. And not many people get that point. Does not come by sacrifice, comes by understanding of the maturity that by giving, I receive not what I want, but what I'm allowed to have. This is what scares a lot of people about the Keshe Foundation. We share knowledge freely, we share knowledge openly. With it, we understand what is our responsibility. When we elevate the soul in the realm of the creation, the people who are around the Keshe Foundation are not no exception, because the elevation is for totality. We don't create a cult that anybody who becomes Keshe Foundation, they'll be elevated. The elevation is right across. When we release a knowledge, is for all the souls of the creatures on this planet, beyond and in the universe. That's why it's so free and it's so gentle. I know how to punish beyond your imagination. But what's the use? It hasn't worked. That's why we don't make anything, this is going to be a punishment for this, or you're going to get this or that. Because now you punish your own soul, you know your imitation of it, and you know what you're going to get. The soul, you want to get to the status I am, you're already in that status, but you're not aware of it. Because you're too busy with the others, and you reflect too much on what you have, what you've done. To elevate your soul, you have to understand that the station of the soul is all equal. Is what part of it you want to get into. In what you're going to do to give to the others, souls not in the physical life. I was explaining this a few days ago to my youngest son. I said, the purpose you are here is to serve, to look after, not to look what the others have that you can get. I said, no, I understand. So I'm going to get a pack of Pringles and give to the children on the road. They don't have it. How much boxes of Pringles would you like to get? Would that elevate the soul of him or the people? You got to understand the work of the universe in totality, on the physical part, on the emotional part, and the soul. And then in that process, you get enlightened. And the enlightenment brings satisfaction and freedom. And that freedom means you receive and you give unconditionally. And that's the time when you receive the elevation of the soul. It's one of the attributes of the Creator. Because somewhere down the line, man puts a limitation. And that's the process. The understanding is very, very, very simple. Applying it is much easier, but comprehend the process is very difficult. You can see your own soul through the understanding of your emotion, but how many people can do that?
Mr. Keshe, I kind of understand my own soul, maybe 80%, not completely. But I asked this question one time in the past, but I think it was misunderstood. Like, for example, I was born February 8, 1961. So does that make any other timing makes a difference on what you're supposed to do in this lifetime, or what are the things you came here to learn? Because Earth is a school for us to elevate and learn from whatever it comes to us. So we have to allow to any event that's happening to happen. And in those events, we kind of being tested. Is it right?
It depends what we are there for. What we are there to take from. This is my point of view. This is what I take. I see a lot of people come around the foundation, for example, and they do a lot of damage. And I say, let them do, because that's their purpose. That shows us our weakness. And shows us what we understand about our own weakness. We've seen very recently the Jewish community through Masons and Knight of Malta infiltrated the foundation deeply. But we were aware of it. We were aware of the act. But it was the freedom to show how far they go and how far it'll be enlightened. And the thing is, the beauty of it is the foundation is so open, transparent, that they can't find anything. There are no scandals. There is no, yes, we operate like everything else. We have progressive failures because it's part of the structure of development. But in general, we have no hidden closets. There is no hidden closets in the foundation. And this is what is bothering a lot of people. And not having closets which are skeletons in it, we find a lot of people who come in this day and they nourish with it because their soul become part of the soul of the foundation. This is a very strange, we've seen this very recently. Very recently. The Jewish community through a back door, they came into the foundation, they thought they got a position. And in the different names on the different covers, they try to access everything possible to find a scandal. There is no scandal in the foundation. It's a growing structure. It works. It breeds. It has its own failures and successes. And if you want to elevate it, you do. And then these people find out their own soul will bring their own downfall. We've seen this many times around the foundation. And we've seen people who come in and they serve and they stay, and at the end of the day, it's their job to do. They have their own failure. We all have. It's part of the physicality. That's why we die. There's a pitfall. Otherwise, if I show you how you can become immortal all of you will laugh. That easy. I can show any of you in 1 minute how you become immortal. Many have achieved it in the universe. Many. Beyond the imagination of number of ants on this planet and beyond. This is why man is so thinking he's unique. He's the only one. I'm the only one who suffers. I'm the only one who does this. Why don't I get it? Because they don't ask the question of their own soul. What was the intention of what I did, and where do I deserve to be? I said many times, I don't live a bad life, I live a very good life. I always lived a good life. Except when we were forced and put in the position, but we were not aware. But that time it was good, because the foundation had to mature. The lockdown of 4 years of the Keshe Foundation in Belgium was needed, because it had to mature. It was a time to write. It was a time to do work that we could answer so freely, so quickly. And then when it came out, it started coming up. There is nothing. I was explaining this to Caroline very recently. Their work to shut or close or keep us was the best thing ever, because he allowed us to transfer knowledge in a very slow way to the others and build the foundation and base on it. And this is needed. I look at it, they were there to damage. No, they were there to serve, and they served their way that way. I see the soul. Learn something from Christ, bless his name. God does not need messengers unless the message of God is not understood. Thou shalt not steal, and the biggest thief of the man is himself from his soul, with his own act of the physicality. Shall we call it a day? We've been going on a long time today.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, I think you earned your pay today, Mr. Keshe.
I'm poorer than yesterday. It's good. I'm poorer in knowledge because I have to receive more to share. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time. And hopefully see you next Thursday.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you indeed. Thanks.
Okay, that'll be the end of the 134th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for Thursday, August 25th, 2016. Okay, we'll end the live stream now. Thank you everybody for attending and for presenting and being there for this presentation.